Hello, everyone. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome to the Forts Official Tournament 28. Today we are on the second half of the event. That means today we'll be broadcasting the finals and a few matches along the way. So I hope everyone has enjoyed so far. It's about to get even more exciting. Shout out to everyone who's here so early. I want to say thank you guys for stopping by. And recall for those who are watching live, this is on a large delay for the purposes of preventing any kind of screen cheating. So there won't be a whole lot of live banter back and forth. However, feel free to ask any questions. There's plenty of observers, including the game developers themselves, who'll be watching chat. So it should be a good time all around. Without further ado, let's jump into the action, shall we? Hello there.
Hello, Incursus. How you doing, man?
I'm doing very well. Got everything live and set up. So say hello to the internet and all of our wonderful fans.
Hello, internet. How's the entire internet doing?
The entire internet. I've heard it's doing pretty well. No, it's a lot of activity these days.
I can imagine. Right. There's a few things going on.
Oh, I can certainly imagine. All right. Well, I do want to say shout out to 42 Scientist and the developer Nose, who is joining us here in the voice comms. As we're putting together this wonderful, wonderful event. And it looks like we are good to go, so we'll be jumping into round one right now. You guys know him, you guys love him. It's Dranistian versus Clau. Ah, yes. So we're starting off with the round of 8 matches before going into the semifinals and then the bronze match and finals. So we've got a fair few matches planned for today. And we're starting out with Dranistian versus Clau. This is a set of players that I know y'all enjoy quite wonderfully. Quite popular. I think it gained most of the popularity through the Forts Pro League. Especially Dranistian, part of Team Greenleaf. One of the more popular teams. For those in chat, what we'd like to do around here is we like to put up a poll. Who do you guys think is going to win? And you guys can put your votes. There's no victory or reward for winning the poll, for winning the prediction. However, you do get the joy of saying, "Hey, I got it right." And that's what matters.
Dranistian was our ranked winner last season.
Oh, really nice.
Yes, yeah.
That's actually kind of impressive, especially like last season was super competitive too. So I remember there's guys who played hundreds of games.
Oh yes.
It was like even Eaton was having trouble keeping up.
Yeah. I mean, well, Eaton didn't make it into the top 3, so.
When Eaton doesn't make it into the top 3, it's a rough season.
Eaton fell off. SMH.
Eaton fell off.
Oh
well,
my God.
That got exciting. This has gotten exciting real quick. We have Dranistian here on the left-hand side, getting burned to the ground as Clau has gone for some incendiary mortar pressure. Now, incendiary mortars are not generally base breaking. You wouldn't expect them to deal damage to the core or whatnot unless the core is entirely undefended, which it almost was. Dranistian over here. It is worth noting that Clau is playing as the Firebird commander, so it's a little bit stronger incendiary effects all around. Generally good time. You love to see it. It's always a fun commander to see because it lends itself towards aggressive play, which means you get some fascinating events, exciting events at least. On the other side, Dranistian is just doing the usual response to such things, which is sandbags are generally thicker defenses, as the incendiary effects, the incendiary mortars are not particularly good at breaking bases, so just having thickness in the base is enough to shut it down. The problem with incendiary mortars, or at least as the defender, isn't the mortars themselves, it's when the upgrade center comes out, because these will go from incendiary mortars to heavy mortars at any moment, and heavy mortars will break your base. So when you're dealing with incendiaries, what you need to do is you need to spend the time and energy and resources to mitigate the incendiaries, or the mortars generally, so that when they become upgraded to heavies, you don't just insta-lose the game. And that is what Dranistian is focusing on at this point in time. You see, Dranistian's not only focused on it, they've gotten sandbags, they've gotten themselves set up with anti-air to make sure that the entire base doesn't come crumbling down. And in fact, they're spending their extra resources on getting mortars of their own, although I suspect these will be upgraded to heavies before, Dranistian's going to upgrade these to heavies before revealing that they even have the mortars, just to make sure that Clow is not quite prepared for it. That said, Clow is getting some anti-air of their own, so that they are at least somewhat prepared for it.
Yes, but I don't think they are prepared for the Hurricane active.
Correct. Dranistian is playing as the Hurricane Commander. Hurricane Commander increases reload speed for all weapons. All of them. Oh, well that's pretty devastating. And here comes the mortar. Mortar's completely shut down. Clow manages to defend those. Dranistian, on the other hand, activates the bonus reload speed for massive mortar spam. Each of these mortars will now reload twice as fast and do... Yep, there it is.
Wow.
Where once...
That was quite the blitzkrieg.
Yep. Where once Clow was ready to defend that small set of mortars, suddenly, overwhelming the point defense, Dranistian takes round 1 in a spectacular fashion.
Wow.
You love to see it. So round 1 goes to Dranistian, currently rank 2 on the season ladder. Their opponent, Clow, is sitting at rank 7, a whole 5 players behind. A pretty even match. Nice back and forth until suddenly the blitzkrieg of mortars.
Yeah. Yeah, that reload speed boost is aggressive because you can overwhelm the AA on the other side.
Especially if you don't give the opponents the time to acclimate to it. Like, one of the things about incendiary mortars, this is true of some of the other weapons too, but firing them in their unupgraded form gives the opponents plenty of time to react to the incoming event. It's like, hey, I'm hitting you with the incendiaries because I want to do damage and force you to react to it, but in forcing that reaction, now the opponent actually has time to defend against it, as opposed to just suddenly whipping out a game-ending amount of mortars without any warning. So it makes for some interesting counterplay there. As we head off into round 2. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, the sides have been swapped, the colors changed, and the commanders only somewhat the same. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Clow, playing as the Firebird commander once again. This is a map where mortars tend to dominate pretty well. We'll see how Dranistian handles it. Dranistian here on the right-hand side in the red, playing as the Scattershot commander. Now that's an interesting decision. Not that heavy weapons are bad on this map. This map is close enough that it tends to it tends to make the earlier game weapons quite popular. You have this unusual mix of verticality, which gives you lots of places to put weapons, alongside the relative closeness of the forts, so that closer range weapons are more effective. Things like rockets, mortars, and the like. Tends to lend itself toward a lot of early gameplay, almost to the point where you expect it and have to change your build to take that into account. So going for something like Scatter Shot, which exclusively works with later game tools, is an interesting decision. Does imply that Scatter Shot or Dranistian over here wants to go to the late game. And she's quite the prospect under this circumstance. As we already see Dranistian's core on fire, dropping below 50% HP.
Wow.
He really likes taking core damage already. That's funny.
Yeah. I mean, welcome to forts, I suppose. It does seem that Dranistian has gone all the way up the eco tree and is taking things very slowly. You see Dranistian going up to max-ish amount of mines on this map, whereas Clow, on the other hand, doesn't have all of their mines. They're still sitting on 4 mines compared to Dranistian's 6. However, Clow does have mortars. No upgrade center just yet, but mortars, yes. And those mortars have caused actual damage. Like more than half of Dranistian's HP levels of damage. But Dranistian's just... He's respecting it. It's just being very, very... I want to use the word greedy, but just face tanking it. Not getting anti-air, not preparing for the inevitable pressure upgrades, pressure ramp. And is just tanking it, trying to be cost efficient with it, and continuing to eco. And that's really all Dranistian is doing. I'm a fan of that, actually. Especially on this map, because it's kind of a low eco map to start with. And yeah, Dranistian, look at that. Dranistian's not going to fight fire with fire, or, you know, mortars with mortars. And is instead going straight to the late game heavy weapons tech. Whereas on the other side here, Clow is not ramping up the pressure particularly quickly. In fact, Clow is investing in eco. You kind of have to, as otherwise you just don't have the eco. And on the right-hand side, Dranistian is just tanking it. Like, they're taking damage, but they're not taking more damage than... They're not paying more for repairs than they're making an income, so Dranistian's free to continue expansion at a reduced rate, but expansion nonetheless.
Would you go a repair center in Dranistian's?
Probably not.
So focus? No.
It's not a focus issue. When it comes to repair center on a map this small, it's repairing naturally is easy enough. The benefit of the repair center would come in the repair speed, so that you don't take as much damage from just like the burn time or whatnot. But like, I can see the argument for it. I just don't want to pay that much money and to have an extra thing that can be damaged. Like, where am I going to put the thing? And if I put the thing frontish toward the base, it's going to leave the core more exposed because there's fewer struts of wood there. And then when the thing takes damage, as it almost inevitably will, it's going to be a repair bill of its own, and then it costs money to do that and upkeep to do that, and it's the benefit. Just I don't see. It's got a benefit. It's just not a great benefit. If there was fog incoming, which is a very real threat, especially given Fireword, then 100% yes. But beyond that. Like it's just kind of fine, but not that interesting as a solution. I'd rather spend the extra money on, well, working on a 20 mil or something of that sort. which is exactly what Dronestian is doing.
Yeah.
That said, Clow is ramping up the pressure. Yeah, I mean, not only is Dronestian tanking it, Dronestian is tanking it and expanding. Like, Dronestian has gotten tech and a 20 mil and is continuing to work on it. So this is, as much as Clow has had a substantial momentum lead, or at least a advantage in terms of map control and damage dealt, this is not exactly a situation that is calming for Clow, because it has been a long time, and that's coming. Yep, that was inevitable. And Clow
I was expecting a one-shot here because of the missing metal on top.
Yes, I was wondering if the sandbags were going to be enough. The sandbags were enough. But the heavy mortars are out now, and that's going to make Dronestian's life a little bit more difficult. Unlike the incendiaries, heavy mortars will Okay, so that changes things.
So much.
Yeah. So there's two important things that just happened. One, the heavy mortars came out, which means Dronestian can no longer simply defend the base with by phase tanking. The heavy mortars will break the base. Dronestian needs machine gunners. Now, Dronestian's been working on machine gunners. He's got a few of them, but needs to focus even more on them, make sure that he's got more than he currently has. Second thing is, the AP sniper just took out this 20 mil. Which is, that was Dronestian's win condition. So Dronestian's just got reset by a couple minutes back, which is very painful for Dronestian, especially given that Clow is ramping up the pressure to deal potentially game-ending amounts of damage here. Clow's looking to death spiral. He's not trying to say, hey, I'm just gonna quick burst your core down and snipe it out or hit the important internals. No. Clow is just committing wear and tear, chip damage until Dronestian can't continue to grow anymore, and then eventually can't continue to even repair. Okay. Ooh. Yep, that's the power of the heavy mortar. It breaks structure. It breaks it pretty well. I think at this point, Clow is specifically aiming at that position because that's where the 20 mil is, and as long as that 20 mil doesn't exist, Clow has effectively infinite time to continuously expand and do whatever they want. So, that's the plan, rather than trying to end the game immediately. Why go for the core and potentially get no lasting damage done, when instead you can set your opponent back to the Stone Age repeatedly. My question now is, what does Clow do to ramp up the pressure? I would think a couple extra turbines, maybe a battery, and then buzzsaws. I like the addition of the buzzsaws. Yeah, that's
a very good shot.
That's a very good shot. That's about, I think, the best possible shot that Dronestian could have made.
Yeah.
Is that not only removed 3 heavy mortars, but also 2 mines, which means Clow has been set back in eco and in pressure. And given that Dronestian was able to construct a 20 mil while phase tanking all those heavy mortars, I found it unlikely that Clow now still has the firepower to prevent Dronestian from doing whatever they want. AP sniper falls.
And all this while, Dronestian hasn't been hearing his fire alarm.
Yes, that is correct.
Oh,
that
yes.
is correct.
Which is, if
It's
you're
so
wondering
good.
why there's lots of buildup of fire.
We have seen that a few times already, where the fire just kind of spreading rampant all over the place and not being taken care of. That's just Dronestian being stressed. Forts is a real-time strategy game, and it takes a lot of APM to manage the entirety of the base. And Firebird's active ability removes the fire alarm so that it just mutes Dranistian's notifications that something is wrong. And so suddenly his base is on fire and he's got no way of knowing without physically panning over the entire base, which is, you know, more APM and takes time and mental overhead. Something that these players are currently stressed and low on. Running low on that particular resource. That was a wonderful hit. Dranistian just lost access to chunks of their energy production. This is... Mortars tend to do this, where they just break the opponent's eco before anything else. Like, Dranistian's coming apart of the seams. Remember earlier when I was saying death by chip damage? Yeah, so Dranistian's a bit low on money. Their base is damaged. It's got Swiss cheese pockmarks all over it. Parts internal and external that haven't been reconstructed. Hasn't even reconnected to his lower mines. And Dranistian's falling apart of the seams. Trying to do the Hail Mary to go straight to Klau's core, but Klau's not having it. And with those heavy mortars coming back online, Dranistian's in a rough spot here. A very rough spot here. And the 20 goes down again. Except this time, Klau's sitting on 6 heavy mortars instead of just 3. Last time the 20 mil went down, Klau only had 3 heavy mortars, but now they're up to 6. Which means Dranistian's going to have to take a lot more damage. Gonna have to stop a lot more damage. Yeah, the hard full sell-off of every single piece of tech in Dranistian's base, that's not the world you want to live in. Dranistian has been reset to... Actually, I think at this point, they've been reset so far that they're about the starter position. As if this was minute 0. But with only 2 minutes left on the timer, Dranistian needs to do something to make up for it, and it's not gonna happen. Oh, that buzzsaw coming in for the kill. Not a single piece of metal left in Dranistian's base. No chance, no opportunity to get damage done anymore. Dranistian's just trying to be as cost efficient they can to defend, hoping to get a moment to change the trajectory of the map. Dranistian can't afford metal, and with no metal in the base whatsoever, the buzzsaws just punch through, and the mortars constantly raining down, cause even more problems to the core. Here comes the second volley. And buzzsaw follow-up. That's lethal. Yep. There it is.
Yes, it is.
Well done. Klau. Wow, look at that damage. 109,000 damage dealt. Dranistian face-tanked it all for the entire duration of the match. And almost won. Even though they only dealt a measly 9,000 damage by comparison. That was close. For a moment. And then it wasn't.
Yeah, that was a good game.
Well done, Klau, winning round 2 in this best of 3 and evening the scores. We will be going to match 3. Well, that got exciting.
It did. Very satisfying watching mortars do their thing like that.
Everything is on fire.
Tearing away at the base.
It is. It is one of my favorite weapons.
And it's one of the originals, you know.
Mm-hmm. Classic, nostalgic, effective. Gets the job done. Breaks everything. Slowly. Relishes in the destruction along the way. You know, classic mortar things. All right, we're getting set up for the third and deciding match in this best of 3. The winner of this next round will be winner in this matchup. They will move on to the semifinals. And the loser will be eliminated. As we jump into the next round. And we're off. The sides have been swapped once more. So here we have on the left-hand side, it's Jornistian, playing as the Seep commander. We'll be playing against their opponent on the right-hand side in the red. It's Clow, playing as the Eagle-Eye commander. Oh, Lord have mercy. Neither of these commanders have any chill. Question is, what flavor of explosions is it going to be? Rockets are not a horrible decision on this map, especially in the 1v1 scenario. But it looks like we're not going to see rockets at a Jornistian here, so we're not going to see Seep rockets, which implies that it's going to be Seep missiles. So swarm missiles. And given Jornistian's going up to 5 mines here, those missiles are going to be launching from the upper expansion. Maybe launching from down here. You can fit 2 down here. But you generally want to grab the upper expansion anyways. I guess we'll see how Jornistian plays it out. They still got options. The other side here, Clow's likely to be going for a heavy weapons rush. And up to and until Jornistian reveals that they are Seep, Clow is likely not to do any extreme reactions to this. Oh, yeah, there's Jornistian selling it off. Okay, so we are going to see the swarm missiles from the lower platform. This will announce to Clow that something has gone horribly wrong, and Clow will need to adjust their build order. The question is, when will Clow notice, and how hard will they react to this? I think Clow has noticed. And we do see a flak, but gonna need more than one, that's for sure, among other things. Is that... I think that tiny door is gonna be... That's not a flak, that's a rocket. He's going to token EMP. I don't know if Clow has noticed yet, or just doesn't care.
That's a lot of swarm.
That is a lot of swarm, yes. Surely, once Clow fires the EMP, Clow will see what is happening on the other side of the base and react appropriately. Oh, that is a beautiful EMP. Alright, well, Jornistian loses a turbine and has chunks of their eco shut down for a moment, which is really painful. Jornistian kind of needs as much energy production as possible. Clow did not react to the swarm missiles preemptively, which means that the swarm missiles gets to hunt their favorite food. The natural prey of swarm missiles, turbines. Clow loses all of them. However, Clow is now reacting appropriately and is getting themselves a fair few flak and other defensive systems set up. Taking the more consistent defensive route, they're using more sandbags than they are things like flak and anti-air. This will work wonders against the swarm missiles. Becomes a bit too expensive to work against nukes, at least in the 1v1. God, that EMP snaking through, taking out a sniper and shutting down every single turbine. That's painful for Jornistian. Those energy weapons, those missiles are expensive. Really can't afford to lose the energy on them. Clow loses the flak. That can't let that stay. And yeah, Dranistian's struggling. At this point, you generally want to get your nukes going, because that's the only way you really ramp up your damage. Failure to get the nukes going is gonna give Clow extra time, and that's not something that you want to have to deal with. Because Dranistian's on the clock to deal damage before Clow gets the heavy weapons out. And a little hard to do that when your entire base is shut down from EMP. We do see Dranistian finally getting a nuke upgrade, but that's only just starting it. It's already past what would normally be cannon o'clock. See Dranistian getting some crossfire of MGs to shut down the EMP, or at least mitigate it. Dranistian's sick and tired of having their everything shut down. The swarm missiles launch again. The flak shut down most of the swarms. No serious damage dealt. Looks like Dranistian's ramping up their eco as well. Going up to 4 upgraded mines. Gives them effectively 6 mines worth of eco. Keeping them actually slightly ahead of Clow here. Clow only has 5 mines. Hasn't managed to expand just yet, which is usually something you want to do when going for heavy weapons tech. But given the context of there being a lot of missiles heading their direction, it's not terribly surprising to see. EMP landing once again. Incredibly painful for Dranistian, but at this point Dranistian has reduced the firing rate on their missiles to a point where they actually have enough energy to launch the nukes. I'd say nukes plural. It's not plural nukes, it's a single nuke. A single nuke with double swarm, and that should be enough. You see Dranistian investing into some armor in their base. It's like, alright, I haven't done enough damage to Clow. Surely Clow has their heavy weapon available now. I gotta be ready for that. Not quite ready to go on the right side. But it does exist, which is the scary part. Nuke lands. Swarm missiles do their thing of distracting the anti-air. Nuke takes out a pair of flak. Doesn't deal I don't want to call it critical damage because it's just anti-air loss, but that's pretty important. The loss of anti-air is an issue for Clow because that means the nuke makes it across much more consistently. Oh, dodging the EMP along the way. That was close. So here's the thing. Dranistian, I think, hasn't scouted what Clow's commander is. So Clow doesn't know that this is going to be double shot howitzer. I'm sorry, Dranistian doesn't know that this is going to be double shot howitzer. Which is kind of a big deal. Because double shot howitzer is game-ending amounts of damage. It's coming up on the 10-minute mark, and Clow hasn't yet managed to get their heavy weapon fired. So Dranistian's doing a pretty good job of suppressing Clow here, but it's not going to be enough, I think, because Clow did manage to successfully construct their howitzer. Now they just have to wait for the howitzer to charge. And more importantly, you know, they have to survive long enough for it to charge, and then it'll be double shot howitzer time, and that is frankly generally lethal. The only thing that would stop it is Dranistian having enough anti-air, but catch this, Dranistian's not exactly winning the map control situation here. Clow doing a wonderful job of sniping. I actually would wonder if it would be worth it for Clow to sell off the EMP and convince Dranestian that there is no howitzer. Just to reduce the amount of active anti-air. Or alternatively, just do what they're doing right here and just remove all of Dranestian's anti-air. Unfortunately, Cloud did not have the energy to double fire, to double shot the howitzer, which is a mistake.
Yep.
Dranestian now knows that it's howitzer. I think still probably knows at this point that it's Eagle Eye. There's been enough exposed snipers. Nuke lands, Cloud takes a heavy hit. Lots of damage taken, but looks like no critical components lost. Cloud's struggling on the economy front. We should get a double shot howitzer this time.
Yep.
There it is.
Is it enough?
It deals a lot of damage. Again, nothing critical was lost in Dranestian's base. If that had gone to the core, it would have gotten core damage, but I don't think it would have killed the core. Yeah, or the batteries. Like, it was close to game-ending amounts of damage, it just didn't quite land it. But that is a guarantee that Dranestian knows that this is now Eagle Eye and has to prepare for double shot howitzer. So I expect to see thicker bases with more like howitzer-specific defenses out of Dranestian. Or just no additions whatsoever. One of the two. Knowing RTS gamers and their greediness. That EMP is a menace.
Howitzer 2 come online.
Yep. And looks like it's going straight for the core this time. Minigunner takes it out. That, I think, would have been lethal had it landed. The minigunner coming online just in time to defend Dranestian there. Yeah, that was good. And has so many MGs and so much anti-air generally out of Clow. I mean, you kind of have to, because otherwise you get overrun. I'm surprised Dranestian hasn't gone for a second nuke. Like a second nuke just does wonders. Especially as Seep, because if you lose the nuke, you just get more swarm missiles out of it. So, like, why not go double nuke? Just in case it lands and deals even more damage.
Yeah, but you would need more energy production.
This is true. Or fewer fire, or slightly less fire rate, somewhat less fire rate. Which I think is probably the way to go, because I mean, that's like what, with 300 energy production, it's a net difference of 3k, so like a 10-second difference in the firing rate. For double nuke, that's, I think, in my opinion, worth it every time. Especially as Seep, where you don't really lose the amount of swarm missiles you get with it, because you get nukes and swarm missiles. Because yeah, all it takes is that nuke landing in the critical component. Cloud goes down. Dranestian takes it. And there we have it. Dranestian wins this best of 3 between Dranestian and Clow.
Watch that nuke.
It just hit that perfect place.
Yes, indeed.
Like it just, we'll get to see it here as it just dives down. It doesn't even really dive down. It just shatters it just shatters an important node. And it all comes crumbling down. Wonderful. Welcome to high impact weapons with a lot of damage. They do be like that sometimes. Alright, I want to say shout out to River coming in and rejoining the incursion for 6 months. Congratulations, friend. You've regained access to all the beautiful emotes here in the channel, as well as the special access reroll in Discord. Welcome back. We have a question from chat. Why are machine gunners the de facto anti-air? Flak is so much more accurate. Is it because it's easier to snipe, or something about number of shots of the projectile to stop it? So machine gunners are base tech. They're tier 0. You don't need any tech for them. Flak is almost objectively better, but requires technology. Additionally, it's more expensive. Additionally, they're bigger, so you can't just put them everywhere. You have to actually make weapons platforms for them. Additionally, they're very burst fire, whereas machine gunners, interestingly enough, have more sustain. So they have higher uptime, which means you generally want a mix of both. And because machine gunners are both cheap and don't need technology and can be placed pretty much anywhere, it's just real easy to throw them down everywhere and let them handle the problem, even though they're not as efficient as Flak. And again, you absolutely want something like Flak to deal with the upper tier missile strategies, because machine gunners alone aren't enough. How am I doing? I'm doing very well. I actually went to a Ninja Warrior gym yesterday. It's just like a regular gymnasium, but has all the equipment and obstacles that you find at the Ninja Warrior. It was a lot of fun, actually. It was a lot of fun. Highly recommend.
Did you have to dodge a lot of throwing? What do you call those things? Throwing stars?
Throwing stars.
You call it
Shurikens. So many. If you fail the jump, the shurikens will catch you.
Or when you go there, the place looks empty because everybody's hiding.
Everyone's invisible. You know, the place was pretty empty. Wonder how many people were actually there. Oh lord, it was a good time. It's just like a nice workout in a very parkour-esque type thing.
Oh yeah.
Lots of swinging, jumping, climbing, running, that kind of stuff. It's really fun. Really fun. As next up, we have Halrasi versus Eaton. Oh, I like this matchup already. I love it, I love it, I love it.
It will be very interesting.
Yes.
Eaton is currently ranked first.
Rank 1.
How much of a lead does he have? 50 points.
Ooh, yeah. Halrasi's at 300 ping. 200 ping?
Yeah, we don't really have any better host. It would have to be the Russian one, but then Eaton would get 300 ping.
Yeah, because like this is Russian. This is Russian on North America, so like EU is halfway in between. That's about as halfway as you can get. The host is currently in Germany, which is I think slightly NA favored by like 30 ping, but given both players
depends, because Russia is huge. So.
Based on Halrasi's current ping, because Halrasi was at 220, 230, and Eaton's at 177. So like that's a swing of 50 milliseconds between them. which isn't nothing. It's just we don't have access to a host that's more even, and more even would just be like 190 for both of them. Which is...
Or maybe we should have an option to have like artificial light for all players to have the same thing. I don't know.
That would be an interesting idea. But here we have a match that I'm very much so looking forward to. Here on the left-hand side, in the blue, it's Hal Rassi, playing as the armored Dillo commander, going to get defensive. And playing against their opponent, the champion himself, it's Eaton. Eaton playing as the Eagle Eye commander. Eaton's going to be super predictable here. It's going to be double shot howitzers in a very specific location, and my only question is whether or not Eaton will make the door big enough to fire at anything other than that one specific location. That's my question.
You reckon Eaton's the favorite to win?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes. I think Eaton is the favorite to win here.
The whole thing? The whole tournament?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, and yes.
Good chance.
Not that I'm counting Hal Rassi out here. Hal Rassi is very good. Has proven themselves time and again. Eaton tends to be just a little bit better at everything. Eaton doesn't do flashy things majority of the time. Unless he's trying to have fun, at which point it's very flashy. But just a little bit of difference on everything makes a massive difference in totality. Although, Hal Rassi just won the sniper duel. Nice job.
Despite the big difference.
Yeah, snipe diff. Hal Rassi beats Eaton sniper. That said, we're 3 minutes in, and Eaton just placed his howitzer, so Hal Rassi's upgrading their mines. At this point, Hal Rassi has approximately 130 seconds to live. No, it's gonna be like, because it's gotta count for the extra reloads. It's gonna be like 140 seconds to live. Unless Hal Rassi does something.
Holy, that could have been core damage.
That could have been core damage, and that would have been funny to me. I would have loved to have seen Eaton once again being greedy enough to take core damage. Yeah, Hal Rassi just scanning the base with the AP sniper, getting hits, but not finding anything that they can break. Shout out to Eaton building a metal storage to defend the core. And then selling off the metal. Good God, why are you like this?
He's being consistent with his greed, at least.
Yes. He even sells off the metal storage, just in case someone wants to snipe it. Oh my God. It's fine.
He doesn't need it.
He doesn't. He's fine. Yeah, he doesn't need it. He's adding additional structure. He's good. Hal Rassi preemptively getting a shotgun. Love to see it. That shotgun may just save Eaton here, or may just save Hal Rassi here, because Eaton's howitzer's coming online, which means 30 seconds from now before the.
More like 40, because you have to add like 25% of the reload thing.
Yes, so 40 seconds. So I was off in my initial count by like 15 seconds then. So
that's fine.
Yeah. Hal Rassi's got a few more seconds. See, this was my question. How tiny of the door is this going to be? The answer is actually not as tiny as it could have been. All right. Here we go. Halrasi has the shotgun available and ready to fire. Eaton sniping stuff. Loses the sniper duel. He's gonna send the EMP out to bait? Question mark? Eaton's not firing. What is happening? What you doing? He's revamping the base. I guess he's just waiting for the cannon to come online. Okay. That's gonna give Halrasi additional time, which Halrasi is spending on more anti-air machine gunners. There's the baits, double shot EMP, and double shot howitzer with no anti-air. More EMP. Cannon follow-up. Commander active. So this was... So it didn't double shot the howitzer.
Oh, he did was with the delay.
Yes. It's not a proper double shot. It gave Halrasi time to repair in between. I wonder what the decision was for that. As it looked like Eaton was attempting to mitigate the chance of the shotgun stopping it. Which successfully shut down the shotguns, so guaranteed the second howitzer landing. But in doing so, gave Halrasi time to repair. So very, very good defense on Halrasi's side. But it does make me wonder why Eaton decided to do that, instead of sending it and trying to suppress the shotgun along the way. Because that would have been game ending, had it landed. Albeit, no guarantee that it would land. The double shot EMP, I did not think about that as an idea. And that was actually really strong. Oh, Eaton shuts it down. And the howitzer reloads. Here it comes. With no shotgun to stop it. Commander active ability out of Halrasi for those cheap repairs. Laser beam, taking out the Eaton sniper. Shotgun getting a good opportunity to take down the howitzer, and it does. Oh! Found the skill gap again.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
The tiny little hole that is always undefended manages to snipe out the plasma. That is just becoming a thing more and more often, and someone's gotta do something about that. Like, that's... You can't let that happen. Oh boy, even more. So that EMP pit for Eaton is actually working out wonders. It hurts so much. And second howitzer shell. There's the double shot we're looking for. Massive damage, and that's it. Well done. That was a good match. Eaton takes it. That one felt like it was on Eaton's terms the entirety of the match. But Halrasi did a great job, and I think things may have gone a little bit differently. I'm not actually sure on that. Because losing that plasma took away Halrasi's ability to fight back meaningfully. Like, to meaningfully fight back. But the thing is, I think even with that plasma, there would have been very little chance for for Halrasi to fight back anyways. It's like, practically what could Halrasi do? Didn't have an angle on the howitzer. Could have door sniped the cannon, which would have been nice. But as you saw, the cannon wasn't even relevant to the killing shot there. So, even if Halrasi managed to door snipe the cannon, which was not unlikely, I think it wouldn't have made the difference. It does make for an interesting... So now I gotta wonder what strategies they're gonna come out with here. Because this map is... It's vanilla. It's very well played. People know it. People love it. And it's a good time. So we should see some well-optimized strategies from both players. Or memes out of Eaton, one of the two. Never count that out. Alright,
Here
let's
we
do
go.
it. Now we're off to round 2 in this best of 3. It's Eaton versus Halrasi.
It's architect time.
Architect on architect violence. We have a mirror match. As here we have on the left-hand side, in the blue, it's Eaton playing as the architect commander. Playing against their opponent in this best of 3. It's Halrasi playing as the architect commander. So far, pretty identical builds. Absolutely identical builds. Question is, who does something different first? So this is architect on architect, which means that we're likely to see late game weapons. We're talking heavy weapons, probably cannons, maybe howitzer. Halrasi is getting tech before Eaton is. Eaton focusing on base redesign before tech. Usually lends itself toward a more economic play. So we may see an earlier upgrade center out of Eaton than out of Halrasi. Nope, Halrasi getting eco center, upgrades eco center. Get an upgrade center first because they're doing eco with it. The architect commander as a commander tends to be more reactive. So when you have two players that are playing architect, that tends to be quite passive until someone does something. As architect can be used offensively, but it handles reactive play so much better than anything else that it usually just play reactive with it. And so you go late game weapons, high eco, and morph your build to whatever is happening on the board. In this case, nothing is happening on the board because both players are doing the exact same thing. So I expect to see some high eco game of staring at each other for a while until suddenly violence kicks off with extreme amounts of explosions. Oh, interesting. Eaton going triple mortar, so we are going to see some mortar pressure here. These are going to be... this is going to be nasty. Oh, this is going to be nasty. So I don't know if both players know that this is an architect mirror match. Nothing about their builds specifically screams architect, even though it's up there. Like they're clearly going for eco builds. Could be Could be Armadillo, could be Architect. But the existence of the upgrade center and the reveal that of Eaton upgrading the mines means that Haurasi has no confirmation that these mortars exist. Until right now. And it's already heavy mortars. And there's 3 of them. And there's a bait mortar, which means Haurasi is going to take massive damage here and needs to be reacting yesterday, because this is a mortar timing that just comes out of nowhere. This could be lethal. This could be lethal right here and now. Haurasi is reacting appropriately. It's just, this is going to deal some damage, and it's not going to feel good. Oh boy.
Good thing he has 6 mines and 5 upgraded.
Yes. Haurasi, I think, despite taking notable damage here, I think is going to be fine. And the reason I think Haurasi is going to be fine is exactly what you've said. Haurasi is sitting on 6 mines, 5 of them are upgraded with 4 turbines and plenty of... Oh, the buzzsaw. Oh no, Haurasi didn't APM it enough. Oh no.
Oh wow.
Oh. Oh. No stability tech, but the lean and the 4 longs in the back keeping him alive. Oh, is that it?
Uh-oh.
Oh. That's more damage than I expected.
That's what he said.
That is not ideal.
That's not ideal. I think Eaton just wins it with the mortar timing. Oh, what a way to go out. Oh no. Architect is like so very strong at defending this kind of stuff, but the surprise mortars out of nowhere just got that critical damage and set Haurasi into an, I'm going to say it, an APM death spiral. Because Haurasi has the eco, they have the resources, they just didn't have the time. Like, they just didn't have the time or the APM to spend it all. And the amount of damage Haurasi has taken is... Like, you can't let this happen. Haurasi is selling off mines now.
Oof.
Like, that's rough. And Eaton is, like, free to do whatever they want. Which, at this point, is tech up to cannons. Tech up to howitzers, specifically. Oh, Lord. Looks like Haurasi's getting themselves set up to buzzsaw spam. Eaton is prepared for that. But it is a Hail Mary attempt to deal potentially critical damage and slow down this pressure.
This would be interesting.
Yeah. So Haurasi's going all in here, selling off their mines, hoping to deal game-ending damage at this point with this push. Accidentally selling... Yeah, there it is. Fix on that. Surprise! It's metal everywhere. Haurasi's all-in attempt just got completely shut down. I wouldn't be surprised if Haurasi sells off those buzzsaws. As the mortars are still chipping away.
He doesn't even have the energy to fire them.
Not anymore. The mortars have successfully chipped away every last piece of Haurasi's economic income. Or energy income. Look at that, they're still getting hits.
Meanwhile,
Still
he's
dealing
having
damage.
an extremely heavy mortar in construction.
Oh, look at that. It's a super heavy mortar. And because he's playing as architect, it gets double construction speed, so that goes from not having a howitzer to having a howitzer. Almost immediately. Haurasi and all that selling did manage to get themselves a factory, and doesn't quite have the money for a laser beam. but they're working their way up there. I think selling off the tech, like the energy facility, the upgrade center, would get Hellrassi the money they need to place a plasma. Although I don't think plasma is what Hellrassi needs right now. Probably fire beam, just to delay. The howitzer has been revealed and it has dealt damage. This Hellrassi's struggling here. Here it comes. Heavy hit. Oh lord. And there's more. So Eaton has gone up to 7 mortars and a howitzer. Eaton's probably struggling for energy here, but hasn't gotten super aggressive with it. Now currently saving up for a big volley, as we see here. And howitzer lands at the foundation, and then the next mortar set. Nah. Yeah, Eaton's struggling for energy.
I mean, he also just placed a cannon.
He also just placed a cannon, so that's relevant. Ramping up the power. I think this is the point where Eaton doesn't need to be particularly aggressive because the mortar timing did so much damage that Hellrassi is just far enough behind. And all Eaton has to do is just apply some measure of force to keep Hellrassi in check, while ramping up damage to get immediately lethal, like instantaneously lethal alpha strike. And I think Eaton will be at that point the moment that cannon comes online, which is soon, especially given that the commander ability is available.
How did he not lose those mortars?
Ability, I guess.
Practice. Oh my god, he's getting another one.
Yeah, catching. I don't think he needs the other one.
I have to agree with that statement. Hellrassi down to no metal in defenses, so Buzzsaw becomes lethal. Kinda surprised Hellrassi hasn't managed to get a weapon under construction by now, but
Where's my soul?
the howitzer shell is enough to end it. Taking his core for a walk at the end there. Well, that was pretty clinical. It was pristine. The mortar timing... Man, mortar timings are just so devastating when done well. Because, like, they deal more damage than a standard cannon when you have 3 of them like that. And if your opponents aren't ready for it, or at least aren't expecting it, and you hit them before they get their defenses online, because, like, there's a timing. It's like, okay, well, the opponent isn't going for early pressure, so I don't have to have defenses against early pressure. And heavy pressure from, heavy weapons can't come out yet, so I don't have to have defenses against them. But no, it's just delayed early pressure with a sharp timing. And so it just pins out of nowhere. Unless you scout it and see it coming, it's absolutely devastating. And that's just what happened to Hellrassi here. It's very effective. And I like my sharp timings.
Okay, we're skipping to the next match because Zvev is having electricity issues.
Alright.
Okay.
So, a helicopter versus Benzin?
Correct.
Excellent. This will be another good match. Benzin and helicopter always put on a great show.
Helicopter, aka Mateo, is rank 3.
Ooh, fancy.
Derbenzi is 22, which is, nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, the ranked season doesn't have a whole lot of application or implication toward the tournaments, but it is fun to see. And we're off. Shout out to 42 Scientists getting everything put together so quickly and making these minimizing the downtime between these matches. As here we have on the left-hand side, in the blue, it's Helicopter playing as the Spook Commander, getting set up for some general thievery. Facing against their opponent on the right-hand side, in the red, it's Derbenzi playing as the Scattershot Commander. So this is actually one where I would expect to see two different strategies, like fundamentally different strategies. Right-hand side, if it isn't 20 millimeters, I'm going to be disappointed. Left-hand side, Helicopter can do whatever Helicopter wants. I have no further commentary on the matter.
Incursus, you like playing as Spook?
I do.
For the resource stealing or the ability to see the inside the fort?
The resource stealing.
That feels particularly devious, doesn't it?
It does, especially when you can sap the energy out of an active plasma beam.
Yeah.
It's like it fires and then it just stops firing at the press of a button. I'm okay with this. It looks like both players are going for the cannon tech, so we will see kinetics all around. It is almost certainly a howitzer play out of Helicopter, though it's not quite confirmed just yet. We do see an upgrade center out of Helicopter, so I expect to see some upgraded eco. And there's the eco starting. The first upgraded mine out of Helicopter. That should tell Derbenzi that they've got a little bit more time to do what they want. And we already see placements there for 20 mils. I don't know how I feel about the placement of the 20 mils here. Because I have seen this position for the 20 mils multiple times. And I don't know how to feel about it. It's quite vulnerable. It's hard to defend. It's easy to destroy. It's convenient to construct. I'll give it that. But it's placed in a way that when these 20s are taken out, it leaves the foundation of the base particularly vulnerable to follow-up shots. And due to the positions of it being so far forward and generally unsupported, you have a minimum, like there's a small amount of defenses you can put on these things. So it creates a vulnerability, which in turn creates a vulnerability. And I don't know how I feel about it. The offensive bonus of putting these here and the economic advantage of not having to spend much on them is nice. But they just get shut down anyways by EMP. And ta-da! Helicopter coming out with a token EMP, shutting down Derbenzi's plans. A double hit's kind of rough there.
8 seconds.
Yeah. Derbenzi is working on defending against that, so I would expect the EMP to be shut down here in a moment. And I think that won't impact again, unless it snakes
30
through.
seconds.
So that snakes through, which is a little bit painful for Derbenzi, but nevertheless. That'll be a 30-second delay to Derbensine's weapons, which is rough, but not insurmountable. Helicopter catches up a bit with this. I don't think that puts Helicopter in the lead because Derbensine is going to be bringing out a chunky amount of firepower, because that's triple 20 mil. At this range, that's a lot of damage. It's not a lot of penetrative power, but that's a lot of damage generally. And the EMP didn't land, so those 20 mils will be available to fire or at now, and we'll expect to see that here in a second. I think Derbensine just make sure they don't get one shot by something. Here it goes. No penetration there, but did splash around the area a bit, taking out a sniper in the process. Pretty hefty repair bill. Of course, Helicopter uses this moment to activate their commander ability and steal the resources to pay for it. I will build my fort and make Derbensine pay for it, is what's happening here. Once Derbensine does another volley, it will charge Derbensine's commander ability, which will empower the 20 mils to do even more damage, which is going to be relevant here. I wonder if Derbensine could actually use the buzzsaw to charge it instead of having to wait for the entire cooldown cycle on the 20 mils. First cannon shell comes out for Helicopter. Derbensine's got enough defenses for it. Empowered 20s. Gets that penetrated power.
Wow.
That's it.
Nice.
Wow.
That was awesome.
Wonderful.
What a
Excellent
1-2
combo.
punch.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yes. A beautiful
1-2
combo.
punch, but alone.
Derbensine with the empowered 20 mils into the buzzsaw follow-up, slices Helicopter off the ceiling and takes round 1 in this best of 3. Wonderfully done. And if you guys want to see that in slow-mo, you've come to the right place. 20 mils in slow-mo are always top tier. Oh. So many projectiles.
Oh, that was awesome. Slicey.
Look at the aim on that. Beautiful. All right. Let's get ready for the next round. And we're off to round 2 in this best of 3. Time's up. Let's do this. It's a spook mirror match. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Spooky.
I have no predictions for whatever's going to happen in this mess. Here we have on the left-hand side in the blue, it's Derbensine. Facing off against their opponents on the right-hand side, in the red, it's Helicopter. Both players are playing as the Spook Commanders, so they're going to be stealing resources from each other. It is worth noting that the Spook Commander's primary ability is that it lets you see inside the enemy's base, so that you could actually see their stuff and get that perfect scouting information. At this level, players tend to not require such help, because, well, scouting in forts is not super complicated. It's there, it's a mechanic, but it isn't something that is incredibly difficult to do. And at this grade, the players tend to be... it's not quite a perfect knowledge game, but for most cases, it's pretty close.
Yeah, the players basically have like 7 extra senses just for scouting.
Yes. And so the extra mechanic added by Spook to give the extra information, like seeing into their base and such, at this level is just not really used very much. But it is there and it is worth noting. Most of the time when it gets used, it'll be used to discern a specific or unusual weakness in the opponent's bases. And say if they did something super weird and you have no idea what they're doing, then the Spook active ability will help with that. Because you get to see inside their base and say, oh, this person skipped this here because they did something weird and didn't know how to fix it, so they just didn't, and this presents a weakness that I wouldn't otherwise have seen. So Benzine's doing something weird, speaking of which. It's a mortar rush. Okay. So the Benzine's doing a mortar rush. And Helicopter also doing a mortar rush. I see. 2 different flavors of mortar rush. Okay, I was gonna say, I was wondering how long until the players realized they're both doing a mortar rush. They realized. Debensine noticed just before Helicopter, but they both got it. Helicopter Sniper doing sniper things. As the first volleys come out. Debensine launching as incendiaries first to start the battle off, getting some damage done, actually taking out Helicopter Sniper. Whereas Helicopter just going directly to heavy mortars before firing. And as such, they'll get them out first. Takes out a turbine, that's kind of important. Mortars are a bit energy hungry, unsurprisingly. Oof. Whoever hits the other mortar battery first is pretty much going to win this. And there it is. Helicopter takes the first hit. Loses only 1 mortar for it. And there's a second one. So this will put their Benzine heavily in the lead, as Helicopter just lost all of their mortars. Meaning Helicopter no longer has aggressive potential. They'll be focusing on defense for the time being, as their Benzine is now swapping over to heavier offense, adding in 2 minigunners. Helicopter is immediately replacing those mortars. So while... Is he going to go for him again? No. So while Terbenzine has momentary advantage in aggressive potential, Helicopter's looking to bring that back. Neither player is looking to tech swap out of mortars here. They're all going aggressive all day. Terbenzine adding in stability tech so they can get this horrific looking expansion out the front. Is that an AP sniper? That's an AP sniper, you mad lad. Oh jeez, Terbenzine once again targeting Helicopter's mortar battery. And that's just painful for Helicopter. Helicopter hasn't managed to hit Terbenzine's yet. It's actually missed an entire volley there, which isn't great. AP Sniper getting work done, but only because it's a sniper rather than its tagline as being AP. Although that one was a clean shot through a door. It's AP Sniper getting actual value now. Helicopter's minigunners coming online. Oh, snaking!
Right on the core.
Yeah, snaking through a gap. Hits the core directly, that's painful. Well, but Helicopter technically in the lead in terms of core damage dealt. Ooh, Helicopter finds weakness in Derbenzine's base. Derbenzine may be losing their mortars here momentarily. if helicopter has an option to spend time on the sniper. Oh, overpenning the entire base with AP sniper. Alright, Debensid, you gotta realize that's a problem now. You can't let that happen. Well, it's just a slap fight. Debensid and helicopter launching mortars at each other. They both got MGs, minigunners, snipers, and nothing else. And there's nothing on the horizon either. Debensid is expanding, is rebuilding their metal store, which implies that they want to tech up. Or at least boost their economy to some degree. Stop floating metal away. Oh, the heavy mortars. Neither side has managed to hit the other's mortar battery in a while. So the mortar's just kind of growing. I say as if helicopter didn't just lose a mortar. Things are calming down, I think. Derbensin's is going more defensive and looking to boost their economy. Helicopter is banking cash and upgrading minigunners. Okay. For a second I thought we were going to see a tech. May actually still see a tech.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay. So helicopter going up to heavy weapons tech, specifically cannons. Get an AP sniper out of Derbensin now. So that's interesting. As the rate of mortar fire has decreased dramatically. Shout out to Bensin using a metal storage to block helicopter sniper round. It's the second time this tournament we've seen that. Minigunners doing minigunner things. Machine gunners successfully taking mortars out of the sky. Derbensin has not yet gained technology options, although has banked enough money to do so, and is spending on additional weaponry. Okay. I think that puts helicopter in the lead here in momentum. As while the additional weaponry for Derbensin is nice, it's not going to break. It's not meant to break helicopter here, like it's just a buzzsaw.
I mean, a buzzsaw is... Well, there is no metal in helicopter's base.
Yes, correct. And so there's a chance that it does something critical. However, one buzzsaw does not typically make the difference when you've got mortars and machine gunners. Like, that's not a lot of added pressure. If you're trying to deal economic damage or whatnot, like the buzzsaw isn't going to make the difference. It's not going to make a break here. It's a good addition, but when your current tools aren't doing the damage they need, that addition of a buzzsaw generally doesn't make the difference. It's like a force multiplier, but if you don't have much force to begin with, you're not getting much value out of it. That said, Derbensin did place their own cannon tech, so we'll see cannons out of Derbensin eventually. AP Sniper touches helicopter's core, bringing it down to 70%. And interestingly enough, those mortars are landing hits. They're getting damage done. Helicopters spending their money on repairs rather than actual weapons. Despite helicopters' munitions plant being completed, they're end-tier tech. They don't have a way of getting a cannon out on the field to end the game. At least not yet.
Yep, there it is.
There it is. Helicopter managing to stabilize, and cannon comes down. That puts Derbensin on a pretty fast clock Unless Benzine can deal with that cannon, it's gonna be a rough day. The helicopter's gonna be in the lead here. Frankly, I don't quite see it.
Time left. Helicopter won't be having a lot of shots from that cannon.
This is true. 3.5 minutes remaining. And helicopter's cannon only 1/3 of the way complete.
Probably like 5 shots or so.
Which I think would probably be enough.
At this point, yes.
Unless Benzine makes some adjustments to their base, I think that would be enough. But, obviously once the first cannon shell comes out, adjustments are going to be made. Question is, will Benzine react to it beforehand? Because Benzine should be aware that there's a cannon on the way. Benzine preemptively selling off the battery, which makes me think that it's exactly what they're doing. Saying, hey, I don't want to eat that to my core and take core damage. See machine gunner getting sold. Is that could be replaced by another chunk of metal? Yeah, okay. So Benzine is shielding the weakest points in their base so they can phase tank a cannon round. I still think the core is vulnerable to splash damage, but it would be chip damage, and I'm probably not too be concerned about that. As Benzine adjusts their base to make it cannon proof. I think at this point it's probably cannon proof enough that helicopter won't be able to end the game. At least not immediately.
Let's just see. Oh, he doesn't have the energy.
Benzine just stole it. Helicopter's like, yes! I'm gonna shoot this cannon! Nope. Benzine yoinked the money out of his reserves. I say that as if they haven't been stealing the same money back and forth from each other.
Yeah.
It's like, no, this is my energy bill. No, this is my energy bill. Yeah, alright. So technically deals damage to the core. I say technically because it did less than 0.5%. At 20 mil.
I had not seen that.
I'm not actually... I think that's not a bad idea, actually. Because realistically, Benzine should know that they have an advantage in core HP. So widespread damage here is probably the way to go, because this match is very likely to go to time. Unless Benzine expects that they can eliminate helicopter entirely, which I would think is not the case, then the 20 mil is just somewhat more pressure, just more annoying to deal with. God, seeing 2 cannons on helicopter's base be completely exposed with no doors or anything in front of them is terrifying. Alright. Question is, does helicopter get a chance to fire the cannon again? Stealing some energy from Benzine. Should get another chance, yeah? Oh. Oh, that's just...
It still has one
soul
more shot from the
crushing.
other cannon.
I mean, what do you do with it?
Hope to have more than 15% core damage. Now, do it. Nope.
Seeing that round clean pass through and dealing 0 damage is soul crushing for helicopter. Oh my god. Well done, Benzine. Taking victory in this best of 3. Whew. Well, that got exciting. Very well done. Alright, well, there you have it. Benzine takes victory over helicopter in this best of 3. Knocking helicopter out, Benzine moves on to the semifinals.
This vase has fixed his technical difficulties.
I'd love to hear it. All right. Let's give us a moment as we get set up for the next round. Why are you like this?
It's his Discord name right now, but yes, that's not ideal. What? What are you doing?
The cat herding is real.
Oh yeah, and also the other player is not on for some reason.
Well, we had a pretty good run up to this point.
Yes.
Hey, it happens.
I am doing everything in my power. But I'm just missing power.
Make the internet work better. Do it. There he is. All right. Everyone's here.
You just need a long-range laser pointer, 42. And the cats will chase
Oh yeah,
it.
for the cats. Yeah.
This laser pointer can reach England from Florida.
Yeah, I needed to curve with the Earth because of the Earth curvature.
Reflecting off the atmosphere and
Or
hitting the
satellites,
cat
I
near
don't know.
you.
Just
That's the Aurora
orbital
comes
laser.
from. That'll do it.
Like orbital laser pointer.
Yeah, exactly.
Good lord. Alright, everyone's here, the players are here, the match is made, and we are started. As we're off to the next round. As here we have on the left-hand side, in the blue, it is XXVIII, playing as the Spook Commander on Pillars. They're playing against their opponent on the right-hand side in the red. It's Robber Fox as the Pinchfist Commander. Is this Mad Lad gonna go horizontal
Yes,
mortars
please.
again? Like, this is a premium
Please do it.
portal mortar map. He's already getting the turbines in a weird spot. Okay. I'm predicting portal mortars out of Robber Fox. XXVIII
I'm loving this.
is spook, so XXVIII can do whatever they want. At which point he's probably going to be playing Catcher's Mitten for portal mortars. Good lord. We do see... Oh, and an upgrade center out of XXVIII. What you doing there, XXVIII? What you doing with that upgrade center?
Is Svez relatively new to the scene?
To
I would say no.
I think to the tournaments, but not to the Pro League.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It's
So-
similar to Rubber Fox, I guess.
Yes. So, not really new. I wouldn't really call them new. Newer than a lot of the more experienced players, but not new. Yeah, the FPL was... It is actually pretty similar to tournament format, so it's good experience there.
Oh, it won't be horizontal.
Not horizontal. Normal mortars. I am betrayed.
Outrageous.
Either way, Zvez gets the mortars out first and has a good chance to impact Robber Fox's mortars in construction, which makes a big difference here. One notable difference between Zvez and Robber Fox is the base design in totality. Whereas Robber Fox is building their base in a way that is, I'm going to describe it as expandable. And so we can expect to see a very large, thick base with lots of positions for mortars and without getting in the way of the turbines. Whereas Vez's base is going to struggle on that front. At least compared to Robber Fox. They will both have sufficient amount of tools and equipment available to them. Additionally, Robber Fox has maximum mines for this map, at least the max they're going to get, rocking out at 6. And Zvez only has 4. One of the
stream.
Yeah, one of the streamers, one of the casters disconnected.
I wonder what happened.
It says they timed out, so presumably something internet connectivity
It
related.
says so? I didn't see.
An AP sniper out of Zvez, hitting Robber Fox by surprise, taking out a sniper in the duel. And a second. Robber Fox's MG is doing great work here. God, the wobble. Robber Fox has just built a giant bowl of a fort, and it's wobbling concerningly. If Zvez puts another mortar array down below, Robber Fox is going to have a very bad day. A very, very bad day. It's a very slow, like, no one's going for the kill here. We have Robber Fox adding a tech. We have Zvez playing with their eco, adjusting their mine positions. It's like, this is a game where everyone went mortars and then decided they didn't want to eliminate the opponents with their mortars so much as, it's like, I'm going to keep you in check with 6 mortars and not try to blow you up with them. Which is an interesting decision. Robber Fox taking a critical hit there, losing all of their energy production and almost all of their mortars. That was a lot more destructive than I thought it was going to be. Like, holy smokes, that was a lot of damage. It's going to immediately put Robber Fox on the defensive. Buzzsaw coming out. No significant damage done, but that's a scary sound to hear. On this map, especially. The bases are so dangly. Awkwardly and unwieldy. Little bit of thievery. Zvez stealing some of Robber Fox's goods. I don't know what's gonna happen here. This reeks of player. Usually, when I see this kind of play, it's because the players want to tech up, but no player is teching up and no player is saving the tech up. Zvez doesn't even have the Eco 2 tech up, even if they wanted to, and isn't investing in additional mines at the moment. I don't. Robber Fox is still reeling and trying to repair the mess that was the loss of chunks of their base. Hasn't gotten their offensive tools back online. I don't know if they even want to put their offensive. No, okay, so they are going tech. Okay, so Robber Fox is going for energy tech. Zvez exists. Is slowly adding in a few things. They're adding in another mini gunner. Just added in a mine, adding another AP sniper. With the exception of those very well defended against mortars, Zvez has no real threats against Robber Fox, and there's nothing looming against Robber Fox either. Like, they're not. Zvez isn't teching up to something that would threaten Robber Fox, and those mortars are near fully shut down. So I don't know what's. I'm going to have to say Robber Fox is currently in the lead. I think Robber Fox is currently in the lead, despite
he does have some
not being the
core
aggressor.
damage, though.
Does, but there's 5.5 minutes on the clock, and Robber Fox has the has heavy weapons tech. Okay, we do see additional mortars coming down for Zvez. That could make the difference. If this does go to time, then Zvez, if it goes to time and nothing changes, Zvez Zvez will currently win it because Robber Fox does have damage. That said, Zvez is not in a position to implement much change, I think. And Robber Fox is rapidly approaching a position where they can. It's just constant sniping from both sides. And there's no, like, clear victor. A lot of AP snipers at his Vez. Okay. This is where the game-changing moment happens. Robber Fox has officially added a plasma in front of their core. This is both the safest and most risky place to put it, because putting it there means they don't have to split their defenses. Defending the plasma is also defending the core, so much more cost efficient. However, if something happens to that plasma, it takes the core with it, or at least does critical amounts of damage, like game-changing amounts of damage. Zvez will find out that plasma exists at some point, and will likely target it something fierce, with great aggression. Robber Fox is doing a great job of shutting down Zvez's expansions. For the past couple minutes now, Zvez has been trying to add additional mortar platforms to ramp up the pressure, and Robber Fox has not been having it. Just via buzzsaws and snipers, has been able to shut down Zvez's expansions here. Robber Fox, on the other hand, their plasma is 3/4 of the way complete, and won't be able to get a lethal shot directly onto the core, but can break pretty much anything else. I think anything else.
If he keeps a buzzsaw, it would be a good combo as well.
Yes. they can 100% break the metal on the front of Zvez's base, and then buzzsaw to completely chop Zvez off the floor. We'll see what Robert Fox does with it, as it looks like they're gonna be prepared to fire it immediately? Question mark? A little bit short on energy, but they'll get it. And there's the chop. No buzzsaw follow-up, but EMPs splash through, shutting down mortars and mines alike. Robert Fox hurting for energy. Especially because Vez keeps stealing it. And Robert Fox's base is just made out of Swiss cheese. It's got so many holes in it. Oh! Stability tech. Saving. Oh, that was a scary moment.
It was painfully close.
That's a good word to describe it. Directly to the core, ignites but doesn't touch. The core is not yet revealed.
But that's Robert Fox in the lead for now.
Oof. Those EMPs are not making it across. The ignition on that core brings Vez down to 87%, which officially puts Robert Fox in the lead for most core damage dealt. And unless something changes in the next few seconds, then Robert Fox will win this on timer. Oh wow, this is gonna go down to the wire. Oh, the core is vulnerable again. Oh, it's so close. 25 seconds left on the clock. Uh-oh.
This is
Robert
tight.
Robert Fox wasn't defended from those mortars, but managed... Oh, it missed! Oh, it missed! Oh, that didn't deal core damage. That was so close! 5 seconds left on the clock.
Oh,
Oh, that's it. Robert Fox wins it on time. Holy
By 7%.
smokes. By like a single mortar hit. Oh god, that's disappointingly close. Oh, jeez. Well done, Robert Fox. Just barely coming back in that one. I think that was the closest match yet.
It was. Down to the wire.
Like literally last second. Whew. Well, that got exciting. All right. As we're getting prepared for round 2. So, this match is way better than I expected it to be. That's not true. That's not true. I did expect it to be pretty good, but this is better than I expected it to be. That's a pretty high threshold to me, because I was expecting it to be good, and it's better. I like this. I like this a lot. Top tier games.
Yeah, evenly matched, right?
Yes. I think evenly matched is the important bit. Ooh. And we're off. All right. And we are off to round 2 in this best of 3. It's not a mirror match. It's Robber Fox playing as Seep on vanilla. We're going to see some missile rush and probably some nukes to follow. And Zvez is going to have to deal with it because Zvez is playing as the Spook Commander on the right-hand side in the red. Good lord. It doesn't stop. Alright, so we will be seeing some vastly different strategies here, which is not a surprise given the commander choice. I do expect Robber Fox to be particularly aggressive. This is a map that I know Robber Fox has very often done portal mortars. It won't be portal mortars this time.
At this point, it would be easier to count the maps he did not go for portal mortars.
I mean, you're not wrong. But I was hoping for some portal mortars. But nah, it's going to be missiles. Zvez, on the other hand, not sure of the plan. I was wondering what this trunk is for. Like, why do you have this here? Is this explicitly to stop buzzsaws? Like, that's got to be explicitly to stop buzzsaw cheese attempt. It's got to be it. By the way, Robber Fox getting early tech center or early upgrade center, which I like. I like that. It means these swarms will be ready to upgrade to nukes as they are completed, so you can launch them once and then insta upgrade. We already see flak coming out for Zvez. Not a surprise. That's double flak, 1 EMP. Let's see, how long until... Second swarm added in. I wonder what Zvez's strategy is going to be, because Zvez does need to start working on... Is it an upgrade center?
Upgrade center.
Okay. Now that's an odd choice to me. Huh. What are you going to do with the upgrade center?
Rockets would be a bold choice.
Would be a bold choice, but not a terrible choice. Because as the defender of the rockets, getting map control is kind of a really good thing. And so going for rockets to capitalize on the map control, it's fine. But of course, the opponent, Robber Fox, needs map control in order to win. So it's fighting fire with fire, which is not a bad strategy, but bold is the appropriate word.
Maybe shotguns?
Against
That'd be a weird way to go about it, but
yeah, you see that's what I'm saying. So like I don't. The only thing that I would want the upgrade center for is upgraded mines and turbines. Which, while fine, Jesus Christ, Robber Fox finds that...
The greed is eternal.
I wouldn't...
He could just keep doing that.
I mean...
No. Not now.
I do like the choice of the... I do like the choice out of Robber Fox to go AP Sniper, because it forces double doors on the flak, which is just expensive. Which makes Zvez have a really, really bad time. Because expensive AA is a quick way to be unable to efficiently defend against the nukes. Because either the nukes land, and you now have to pay twice as much to fix everything, or you just don't have enough AA, or at least substantially reduced AA. For no other reason than because the dude got an AP Sniper. Also, it's rockets, it would seem. It's one rocket, which is a weird amount of rockets. Ooh, AP Sniper loses the sniper duel. And it's shotguns. Alright, so we see rockets and shotguns. Zvez needs to expand to do something else now. Alright. Zvez doesn't have the eco to tech up. So Zvez would have to get... Player on the right would have to get additional eco before teching up. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. That is exactly what we see. I think Robber Fox is just struggling for energy here. Yeah, adding another battery for more capacity. Adding another turbine. Shotgun getting more value than I expected. I mean, I guess I shouldn't have. I should expect it to get about this much value. Taking out a turbine and a couple MGs. It's what it's good for. A second shotgun. That's brave. I could see one shotgun. A second shotgun is brave. It's like shotguns aren't better than flak at taking out nukes, swarms, and such. They're just more expensive.
No, they are arguably worse.
Yes. They're good at dealing more map suppression. That's what they're good
As
at.
shown here.
Oh!
4%.
The impact on the base sending Zvez recoiling, but the nuke, there's not enough
Instant
spaced
bankrupt.
armor. Yeah. Instantly bankrupt Zvez down to 4%. It's all that thick, relevant here, all of that double layered metal, double triple layered metal to ward off the AP sniper, now has to be repaired. And that cost a lot of money. And here it comes again.
Imagine if they didn't upgrade one of those shotguns.
Oh
I
no.
know.
It impacts not as much damage as it could have been. That's probably about the best case scenario for Zvez here, you know, aside from the nuke getting shut down entirely. But it's still painful. Oh lord. Here it comes again. Zvez is not in a great position to deal with it. Takes out the nukes, but the swarms take vengeance. Let's see. Robber Fox got some bleakiness in their base. I think doesn't have stability tech there. But I think is fine anyways, because they've got some extra, an extra brace. Not really stability tech, but... Does it count as stability tech if it's just one brace? I don't think so. Alright. Zvez successfully defending against the nukes once again. So this is the stage of the game where Robber Fox needs to ramp up the damage. Question is, which method are they going to use? They're currently adding 2 minigunners, which is a good addition, but generally not enough. It's going to need to be more than just 2 minigunners. I would like to see a second nuke here, because Seep's nuke splits into swarm missiles, which means that you still get swarm missiles despite having nukes, which is just good value. Robber Fox also needs more energy production, but does have an upgrade center, so they can easily resolve that with turbines, turbine upgrades. Robber Fox trying to spend their money to avoid floating. We do see an additional turbine replacing a minigunner, or replacing machine gunner.
It only takes one good shot.
It does only take one good shot. Zvez is down to 4%. Now, Robber Fox doesn't know exactly how damaged Zvez's core is, but I'm sure he's got a great idea. Because you can't...
tell from the smoke anyway.
Yeah, you get a general idea by looking at how much smoke is billowing out of it. And also, Robber Fox hit it almost directly with a nuke, which under most cases would have been lethal. So it's like, this is a case where you should have died. I don't know how you didn't die, but you were at the maximum most amount of damage you can take without dying. So, Robber Fox knows that. Any amount of chip damage added to the core is a win condition.
Active drone.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Ah, yeah, there it goes.
I'm gonna say just impacting Zvez with the
It
missile.
had to happen.
Is that it? Well, there you have it. Robber Fox wins it. Well done, well done. Shout out to Robber Fox. Congratulations on winning, taking victory in the round of 8. Moving on to the quarterfinals. Alright, let's get the next match up and running.
The random number generator really liked tides today. And we're still getting it even more.
See some chat about Buster. Buster is, as a commander, not particularly great in 1v1. Because it empowers heavy weapons, it requires you to get heavy weapons, which are tools that are less prevalent in the 1v1 matchups. As you see here, there are no cannons created. Like, you don't get heavy weapons most of the time here. So, using a commander that only benefits heavy weapons is less effective than a commander that can benefit multiple other things. Additionally, because it does internal chip damage, it's something that you need more of in order to have more effect. One cannon with chip damage is just not better than one cannon with plus 50% damage from, Warthog or some similar. Like a double shot cannon, for example. However, if you have 4 of them, which is not uncommon for something on a larger map, you can cause internal fires that never stop burning because you just chain fire your cannons.
Right. This is a match I'm really looking forward to.
Mm-hmm. Trinistian versus Eaton. You'll love to see it.
In a spook mirror.
In a spook mirror match. What? I shouldn't be terribly surprised. Spook is a kind of generalist commander. Can't go wrong with it. Fits really well if you don't intend to do anything cheesy. And this is Trinistian versus Eaton, so not expecting super cheese out of this. Unless someone decides to have fun with it, but that's the bronze matches for, right?
Exactly. Nice commander. Yes, they both know.
It's like, I agree. I see. A man of culture.
Finally, a worthy opponent.
Exactly. Alright, so let's go ahead and introduce. If you haven't seen it, here on the left-hand side, in the blue, it's Dranistian playing as the Spook Commander in this mirror match. As we have moved on to the semifinals.
Yes.
Now playing against his opponent, it's Eaton, in the red, as Spook in this mirror match. Unsurprisingly, we have very similar builds. The difference between them at this point is only their choice of tier 1 tech, Dranistian having gone for the armory, giving them access to flak, and Eaton going for the workshop, giving them access to buzzsaws. I think are the relevant choices here.
Eaton is building a motor platform. Yes.
Wow. I haven't seen mortars on this map in a hot minute.
And not even
Interesting.
portal, just regular.
Just regular.
Motors.
Portal mortars would not have surprised me. Regular mortars, a little bit of a surprise. The low ceiling really changes the angles you can work with here.
Looks like Dranistian did catch it.
Indeed. Which is not a surprise. I mean, you don't build that platform. Like, that is very obviously a trench. And he's hearing upgrades. It's gonna be heavy mortars, and Dranistian's going for rocket rush. So this is a map where Spook this is one of those times where Spook got the upgrade center and didn't choose eco. They chose violence. It's rockets versus mortars. I would give the edge to rockets traditionally here. Over mortars in this situation. That said, the Eaton effect is real. That, for the record, is exactly why I give rockets an edge over mortars, because mortars are kind of difficult to use here. But
however,
Eaton managed to do the thing where they sniped out every single one of Dranistian's anti-air pieces before firing the mortars, and then landed 2 shots of mortars completely clean and uncontested, which is big. Whereas on the other hand, Dranistian fired their rockets and got near completely shut down, which is also big.
this is massive of being Eaton.
Yep, this is classic Eaton effect. Doesn't matter if you're even if you're slightly behind, like statistically behind in strategy, you're just a little bit better. And you land your shots, and you make it work. And there you have it. Yep, that's about lethal. With the sniper follow-up,
This is not looking good.
right up until that last volley, Dranistian still had a great chance. Because 2 rockets is 2 rockets. I mean, that's a lot of damage. But, yeah, that's going to put it in a situation where getting any rockets to land at all is unlikely. And now Eaton can do whatever Eaton wants to do, which at this point is ramp up his economy, so he can apply additional pressure. Which, to be fair, the triple mortar seems to be enough to dig through and end the game. It is. And there it is.
Jeez.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that was pretty clinical. It was pretty clean.
Wild.
Just a nice, sharp timing attack. I don't even want to call that a timing attack. It just built mortars and punched him in the face. That's it. Problem solved. Oh god, it's that first shot that disconnected all of Dranistian's anti-air is what did it. That removed Dranistian's any chance Dranistian had of avoiding the damage. So that just just sucks. Like, You can't let that happen. Like, you cannot make mistakes like that. Eton will punish you for them and will win the game off of it. That's just how that works. Welcome to competitive play. Good lord. All right. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one. This map is always unusual, as we're going to be playing on moorings. All right, and we're off to round 2 in this best of 3. Surprise! It's Eton on Firebird, playing against his opponent on the right-hand side in the red. It's Dronistian. You know him, you love him. Dronistian's playing as Spook Commander. I expect similar build orders until Eton tries to stab Dronistian with the flaming machine gunner. That's how I predict this is going to go. The question is it going to be rockets or mortars? I would bank on mortars over rockets, but it is unclear to me at this point. It's not going to be swarms this time. Eton's still refurbishing his base. So not rockets. For either player. Okay. I'm looking to see indicators of strategy, and I don't see any obvious ones out of Eton here. Dronistian looking very mortary, and there. Okay, it is mortars out of Eton. So this may be another mirror type match, where it's mortars from all fields. Dronistian reacting appropriately with a beach worth of sandbags. I don't know. I always hesitate whenever I see mortars in these specific positions, because they're so close to the core that it leaves the core undefended. Not only is it undefended, but when the mortars explode, they damage the core with it. It is one thing that...
As we have seen a couple of times.
Yes, multiple times. It is one thing worth noting that Dronistian's actually ahead of Eton here in the mortar build. Eton is not going heavy mortars, it's just incendiary mortars. Both players are ready to take hits from the mortars, is the thing. Dronistian going directly to heavy. I don't... At this point in the game state, I don't see either side. I would say Dronistian probably has a slight advantage. And the only reason I hesitate is because it's Eton on the other side of the board. And all it takes is Eton doing Eton things. And Dronistian no longer has that advantage. And Eton is very good at doing Eton things. That's kind of his whole gimmick. Double tier 1 tech. So low tech, high aggression out of Eton, but not really high aggression. I guess high aggression isn't the right phrase. It's going to be low tech play with lots of spam. That is going to be. Is that a rocket? We'll see here in a moment.
No, the smoke, I think.
It's a flag.
No, it's okay. Neither.
Okay.
Yeah, we're both very wrong.
Alright, so Dranistian unveiling their mortars and aiming directly for Eaton's mortar pit, which is the appropriate decision. Oh, Eaton catching that mortar manually with a sandbag. Beautifully aimed, but Eaton's machine gunners are enough to take it out. Dranistian being very active with his sniper, doing great work with it, by the way. Taking out machine gunners left and right. An MG comes online for Dranistian, takes out more machine gunners. Nearly hits Eaton's mortar directly. I'm uncertain of Eaton's... Okay. It's like I'm sitting here thinking, what is Eaton going to do next? Is it going to be... It's got to be low-tier aggression, but is it going to be the addition of rockets? Is it going to be another mortar array? No, it's heavy mortars. Eaton's a little low on the economy. I mean, you're not wrong. That's what it feels like. Is that blocked? Yeah, so Eaton currently has hard-walled off his mortars, just to defend them while they're upgrading. Dranistian doing the same thing, although Dranistian is currently opening them up for firing. Currently, Eaton has a bit too many machine gunners for Dranistian to take meaningful damage. For Dranistian to deal meaningful damage. There's obviously always a chance, but as it stands, really not much Dranistian can do without taking more. Oh,
Wow.
And there it goes.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
there it is.
That, for the record, is what we mentioned earlier. That's why I don't like putting mortars there, because when they get hit, it takes the base with you. Ah! Like, you knew that was going to happen. That's what happens every time.
Yeah.
It was
It
planned.
interesting saying it was lucky.
Eaton's like, no, it wasn't. You built that on purpose that way, because you were greedy. We're both greedy. Good lord. You guys get to see it here in a moment, what that looks like.
Yeah, he was definitely vulnerable there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well.
Good.
Rip Zeltzvac.
No, that's you.
Just me? Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry to break it to you, but
No! I can't seem to come back, actually. It's not letting me select it. I think... Yeah, let me see if I can join on one of you
we
guys.
will wait for a few moments.
Technical difficulty. I am banned. Oh! That's
What?
why. That's why I can't come back. I was wondering, it's like, what happened? Zeltzvac, what have you done?
What's the command again? Oh. Okay, what's the... Is it clear bands or something?
clear kicks.
Clear kicks, yes, probably.
Sorry, Incursus.
Never been banned before.
Don't take it personally.
How could you?
You're back. Good.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, you were still faster than the other competitor, so that's fine. Okay, so let me bring the right map while we are here.
Good lord. Alright, so let's get the players in here.
Eaton's playing very clinically. He's not messing around too much, so I have a feeling, a hunch.
Slight hunch.
A
Slight hunch. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's every time. It's not every time, but it's most of the time.
Yeah.
It's that's kind of his gimmick. He doesn't do flashy. His strategies aren't like super flashy or anything. They're just well refined. Very well refined. Makes great learning material. Alright, so next up, it is Derbensing versus Robber Fox.
Yes, as soon as Rubble Fox shows up. I really need this orbital laser pointer.
Fox!
Like a huge mirror on the satellite or something.
Alright. Is it still cat herding if it's fox herding? Wonder what would be worse, herding foxes or herding cats? Probably pretty samey, I would think.
I guess with cats, you have some expectations. And foxes, you don't have any.
That's probably true. Should create an AI trained on Eaton for him to play against. Just call it the Eaton League.
Oh, that's good.
Eaton on Eaton violence.
Okay, let's go.
Alright. Time's up. Let's do this. Match is made. Players are ready. Let's jump into the action. And we're off. Let's see. Here we have on the left-hand side, in the blue, it is Robber Fox, playing as the Spook Commanders. They get to see what their opponent's commander is immediately revealed to them. So on the right-hand side, in the red, it's Derbensing, playing as the Firebird Commander. We have the a slightly different variant of the lean back of the throw it back base, leaning back and stretching their front to the point where it turns blue. You love to see it. Robber Fox likely to do something similar here in a moment. Tech-wise, Robber Fox is ahead, 1/3 of the way through Tier 1 tech, whereas Benzine's focusing a little bit harder on base construction. So the difference here is Robber Fox has both tech and eco advantage, but Benzine has a bigger, thicker base, and is now just catching up in the economic status. One of the main differences here is that Robber Fox now is going to have to develop the thickness to their base in order to get that kind of stability. Otherwise, they're going to be behind in stability, and inevitably results in much more difficult to defend situations. Not so great for the long term. Let's see. Yeah, so now we're seeing Robber Fox build a whole bunch of fairly expensive wooden struts behind. And this is going to give Benzine time to catch up in tech, as Benzine does not need to spend on things of which they have already built. Looks like Robber Fox going for the mortar strategy. This is the same strategy with a slightly different base design that we saw Eaton go for earlier. On the other hand, Benzine's just gonna... Yeah, that's just a lot of mortars. Oh, scary.
Jeez.
A little bit of greed out of Benzine. Fortunately for Benzine, the lean handles that quite well. Robber Fox with the earlier mortar. Well,
oh, okay. Unfortunate.
Someone forgot their pre-aim directions. Didn't manage to land on the premium real estate with those. Misses a second time. That's a problem.
That is an unfortunate
Benzine
development.
does not miss. Robber Fox takes impacts directly on their mortars. Benzine, you didn't put wood.
You
Core
have 3 more
complete.
shots to change that.
The guy tries to shoot at you 3 times. Don't even put a block on your core. Benzine takes a hit directly on the core, knocking it down 5%. It's just incendiary mortars. It doesn't deal that much damage. Still knocks 5% off. He's fine. He's fine. It's not a big deal. On the other hand, Benzine has pretty heavy advantage in terms of map control, which is a weird thing to say when no one has any machine gunners or snipers. But still,
a single machine gunner.
yeah. Still, just by virtue of having this many mortars, Robber Fox has had to completely concede any attempt to be out in the open airspace, because the mortars are just blowing everything up. Commander active ability for Benzine, everything becomes incendiary. There's more fire for everything. And all of Robber Fox's notifications about where things are burning have been disabled, at least for a few seconds. So there's going to be more fire, and it's harder to deal with. And wouldn't you know it, there's even more mortars. Benzine going up to 9 mortars. So here's the thing. Incendiary mortars, not great at breaking bases. Yeah, they can slowly burn things down. They deal okay damage at that. They break exposed things. If you have something exposed, they'll break it. But breaking the base structure itself, they're not good at that. They're not good at that at all. And that is going to be a problem, because Robber Fox is just not going to die. It'll be real unpleasant, but Robber Fox is not going to lose. That means Benzine needs to ramp up the pressure and do something else. Typically, this would be via the addition of an upgrade sensor and the upgrading of those incendiary mortars into heavy mortars, which just deal... base-breaking amounts of damage. However, their benzene here on the right-hand side has decided to take a different option, and is instead taking up to cannon tech, going for those heavy cannons, which is another option, and is one we don't often see, at least not out of mortars, certainly not this soon. But, I mean, when you've got 9 mortars, your opponent's going to be suppressed to Kingdom Come, so I guess why not go directly to cannons? I guess, other than because heavy mortars is just going to deal more damage than cannons in terms of raw DPS, but, like, if you've got cannons, they're unmitigatable damage, so that's just a nice solution. Robber Fox opened up his top here to try to fire back, immediately got punished and lost all of his internals for it. Now getting over-penetrated by mortars, that's, you don't see that every day. Yeah, Derbenzine's just not even rapid firing these mortars, just instead just slowly building up, adding in additional turbines, saving up money to get a cannon, occasionally firing off a volley of those mortars, just to keep Robber Fox both in check and on fire. Kind of surprised to see Robber Fox not investing more into sandbags and or metal struts here, just to stop this, because this is... Everything's on fire and his base is burning to the ground. Okay, there are the sandbags. That will help immensely. God. The worst part about incendiary mortars, even if they hit a sandbag, it still ignites things. Well, that is the benefit of incendiary mortars, is the first 20 mil. Interesting decision to go 20 mils. I don't dislike it. It's just... This is like the fun strategy rather than the high percent play. But it is also quite good. Like, it's certainly good enough. Like, this is more than good enough to end the game. The reason it's weird is because 20 millimeters are very splashy. They don't deal a lot of penetrative power. And for Robber Fox's base, who's had to be very slapshod with their defenses, it's not particularly effective against penetrative powers. Like a cannon anywhere near the foundation penetrates all of this and takes out mines, juicy internals, tech. A double cannon shot goes clean to the core. Like, Robber Fox is not prepared for cannons. 20 mils, on the other hand, because of their splashy nature, Robber Fox is a bit more defended against. However, there's a synergy with 20 millimeters and Firebird, because the ignition effect also applies to the 20 mils. And due to the 20 mils splashy nature and their long firing time, not only do they ignite things, but they keep things ignited for a long period of time. Which means more fire damage, which is just quite a good strategy for quite a good strategy. It is, however, just an expansion of the current thing that Robber Fox is dealing with. You notice here both of those 20 mils fired at the foundation, and they broke through the defenses despite spreading their damage everywhere, but didn't actually penetrate and hit any of the juicy internals. Cannon, 100% would have done that. And we don't see Commander active just yet. Oh, is it enough? Oh my god. The splashiness is real. There it is.
Sniper.
Good lord.
Slight damage difference.
Just a little bit, as the base
Just
leans over and collapses. Yeah. And 20 mil is more than enough. As I was saying, like once you put your opponent in that kind of position, it's more of what flavor do you want? What flavor do you want to use to take them down, as opposed to anything else? It's just the stress on the base. The 20 mils didn't even pen. They just splashed all over the place, caused enough recoil to send the whole thing crumbling down. So many projectiles. Then of course, death via sniper. What a way to go. The final shot just being a sniper round. Gets me every time.
Alright.
And we're off to round 2.
What?
You know,
I did not expect to see that today.
this is the second time this tournament we've seen this. And I'm not convinced that this isn't purposefully planned. Just because they saw chat talking about it. And they're like, we're gonna do it. Because we can. Which is not unusual for the players. But here we have on the left-hand side, it's Derbenzin playing against their opponent on the right-hand side. It's Rubber Fox. This is going to be another good match, I think. Because this is a mirror match. Specifically, it's Buster. Buster on both sides. Which is weird, but, you know, I'm curious to see how it's going to work out. Buster as a commander isn't like weak or anything. It's just a commander that tends to underperform in 1v1s and perform. It's more of a big team commander. Quite popular for the larger matches, like we're doing 3v3s, 4v4s. But for 1v1s, it just doesn't have that kind of power. It scales better with numbers as opposed to, well, player skill or some sort. Map size or anything like that. So I do expect the same-ish builds out of them. Did not expect the upgrade center unless they have a gentleman's agreement kind of deal. Which also wouldn't be terribly surprising.
It's a pretty flimsy dangle they got going on there.
It is. It's pretty popular. It's just cheap.
Yeah.
Efficient.
Very efficient. And this early in the game, it's just not really worth trying to break it off of your opponent, especially when it's that cheap. It's like you don't get anything out of breaking it other than disconnecting your opponents for a moment. And I say a moment because it's so cheap and quick to replace. You're not getting much out of it. It's like, okay, I paid 200 for a buzzsaw and then fired it for more money. And my opponent lost 150 metal to replace that, and then a few seconds of mining time. It's really not super worth it. Of course, buzzsaw could be used multiple times, but still. It'll happen eventually, just when the players don't have more important things to do. We are, in fact, seeing mirror match down to the second. The players are doing the same thing down to approximately 1 second difference. So at this stage, we're 3.5 minutes in, and the players are literally within 1 second of doing the exact same things. Upgrade left, upgrade right. It's just perfect mirror match. None of this surprises me, and this is what I was referring to with like gentleman agreement stuff. Where because both players are going for the same build, and both of these builds want to go late game, none of the players are interested in doing anything other than going late game. So they're just taking the greediest possible option to go late game and instead of choosing to punish their opponents for doing greed, they are just themselves doing the same greed. That's all that's happening.
Benson is like 10 seconds ahead on the cannon.
I think so, yes. Robber Fox spent a little extra time on building defenses, and Derbenzin went a little greedier and built cannons before defenses. So this has resulted in Derbenzin being a few seconds ahead on the cannon placement, which may be meaningful. It may not be meaningful, but 10 seconds is not an insignificant amount of time if it's used right. This could be the difference between firing first and winning, or it could just mean nothing. We'll find out when the cannons are completed. It is worth noting that the defensive positions, or rather the weapon boxes for both of these teams are slightly different. Robber Fox is going with a staggered formation. Derbenzin's just a straight wall. The staggered formation tends to be a bit stronger, but also a little bit more expensive and complicated. That will account for the 10-second difference in the weapon timings here. Both players have triple cannon, which is the premium number for your buster, and are now focusing heavily on defenses. I would not be surprised to see preemptive portals here. Just return descenders on specific locations.
It looks like Robert Fox will be able to fire first. Because no doors for Benson.
No doors for Benson is not ideal, but that does mean that 10-second difference in timing no longer relevant. Robert Fox fires first. And the first active. We see those incendiary rounds burning the internals of Robber Fox, dealing a little bit of chip damage to everything inside, causing a slightly larger repair bill than would otherwise be. No return descenders, but then again with triple cannon it's kind of expensive to upkeep, so don't really want to do that. You can avoid it. A beautiful cannon shell. Does he merge it? Yes!
Oh,
and that's that. Not enough doors?
This is basically game over.
Yes, this is basically game over. This is one of the drawbacks of using the straight line cannon rather than the staggered cannon. When you get door sniped, you lose everything. As opposed to the staggered cannon, when you get door sniped, you tend to not lose everything. You tend to only lose one, maybe two. This is not a situation you really come back from. Not that...
Oh, he also lost 2 mines. Wow.
Yeah. I don't... As Derbenzin... Like, obviously Derbenzin isn't just dead. Robber Fox can't kill him outright. But also, I don't know how you come back from this. Derbenzin's got a lot of money. He's got cash in the bank. Can build weapons. Can do things. Has a lot of things he can do. But the amount of damage that triple cannon buster deals, especially uncontested, it's disgusting. Like, all I can say for Derbenzin is just build cannons and hope Robber Fox misses like 8 times in a row, because else you're just gonna die. Here comes the incendiary, which is, you know, just gonna add pain. Everything burns. The goal of the incendiary is to hit those batteries and other juicy internals to make them ignite.
But he's certainly a howitzer spot. I don't think he has the angle on that.
I think you are correct. Robber Fox doesn't have the angle on that house. I don't think he does, at least. It's possible that the lower cannon's got it. But there's a howitzer
Wouldn't
here.
arrange it, but yeah.
That howitzer is Derbensine's hope. It is, however... Yeah, okay, so he does have the
Oh,
angle on
never
that. From the upper cannon, no less. And from the lower cannon and from the middle cannon.
Oh.
Okay, so all of Robber Fox's cannons can hit the howitzer. Robber Fox knows that Derbensine has a howitzer up there, and Robber Fox wants it gone and is making it go away. That's, I think, all there is to say about it. The worst part for Derbensine is even if that howitzer comes online, Robber Fox 100% has the ability to defend against it. And yeah, there goes the empowered cannons, and away goes the howitzer, which is the problem that Derbensine is going to be facing for the rest of this game. And of course, in all of that, Robber Fox incidentally eliminated 3 mines of Derbensine. That's going to make things dangerous.
And he steps up with the howitzer of his own.
Mm-hmm. Robber Fox is ahead and can just do all the things that Derbensine is doing, but more. Interesting choice. Still going for the mines, it looks like. Really, Robber Fox is just missing the energy production. If Robber Fox upgrades his turbines or gets...
I mean, he isn't missing the energy production, he just built a howitzer, which is 9k energy.
That's true. But I mean, what is that? 480 energy per second at 3k by 3, so it's 3k... Oh. Well, that's not good. That's really not good. Derbensine just accidentally his lower expansion away entirely. I was doing math. That's 3k every 30 seconds times 3, so that's 9k every 30 seconds. And 500 energy per second does fuel that. And there go the mines. Alright, so, Robber Fox has got options here at this point, I think. Typically, cannons will claim victory by virtue of defeating your opponent's economy. As in, you deal enough economic damage that your opponent can't rebuild faster than the cannons deal damage. But, in this case, I think Robber Fox dealt enough damage generally that you can just go straight to Derbensine's core. Derbensine can't do much about it.
Oh. Yep.
And there it goes. Goodbye!
So dramatic.
See, this is why I love the replay feature. It's just so good at catching moments like that. Oh, Lord. Of all the ways to go. I mean, we saw that coming. We saw that coming the moment he lost his cannons. Here it comes. Just all falls off and comes crumbling down, diving into the abyss. You love to see it. Alright, looks like we're ready to jump into the next round. as it's now tied up 1-1. Winner of this next round will take victory and move on to the finals. Players are ready, match is made. Time's up, let's do this.
Winner of this faces Eaton.
Mhm.
We know how that goes. So it'll be... So we still have the... So the next match after this will be the bronze match. So we will actually
Bronze
see...
match.
Correct.
So the loser in this match, here in Abyss, will move on to face Dranistian next in the bronze match. And then after which will be the finals.
Yep.
Now, things are already exciting because it's Abyss.
I just can't help but laugh when seeing two snipers instantly. And one turbine goes. Yep.
Yeah.
And then deletes the snipers.
Deletes the snipers
This
with
is
fucking...
ridiculous.
Abyss is just such... It's just madness, the whole thing. Just the map as a concept breeds insanity. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we have on the left-hand side, it's Robber Fox playing as the Firebird commander. Expect to see some all things burn, some scorched earth tactics. Against their opponent, on the right-hand side, in red, it's Derbensine. Derbensine playing as the Eagle Eye commander, taking advantage of a little-known or rarely used benefit to Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye actually gets, by default, sniper construction speed bonuses. Their basic snipers build faster. And that was actually useful here, because they placed down 2 snipers right out the gate, and got their snipers out first before Robber Fox, and did some damage, and then got sold off before Robber Fox even got his counter sniper on the field. So that's just fun. We see an upgrade center first out of Derbensine. What is going on? On this map, upgrade center first as Eagle Eye? Oh, is it gonna be... Oh, it's gonna be the APGs, isn't it?
Please do it. Yes.
Please. Is building machine gunners up there? In the sniper nest?
What are you doing?
I will never understand this map or anything that goes on here. I don't think anyone will. Robber Fox is doing something more akin to a standard. Standard is not a word that should ever be used on this map, but something more sane.
Okay, so no heavy sniper cheese. The core is properly defended.
Yes.
But those minigunners, like, why?
I mean, angled minigunners from that angle is just going to be annoying to deal with, but like, not that annoying. Robber Fox gets mortars and starts launching them in Derbensine's general direction. Looks like they're being aimed at the sniper nest, which is a pretty good place to aim. The sniper doing anti-air things. Impacts the sniper directly, so that's gonna burn. Rip Snipey. You'll be missed. And there's minigunners. You know, minigunners on this map generally are pretty good. It's just strange to see them at this timing in this location. And also, Derbensine still has no tech. Besides Upgrade Center. Is it just minigun spam? Oh my god, it's gonna be minigun spam. Is this gonna be the classic strat?
It has been a while since I've seen that.
It's been a while since I've seen this do any real damage since the, the nerfs.
Yeah, but like, Eagle Eye Active is still pretty decent with it.
It is. It is. But Drabensi's gonna need so many more machine gunners for this. Those look suspiciously like machine gunner nests on the front of Drabensi's core. Also looks suspiciously like a normal defensive block, which is not very suspicious at all. Oh dear. It's heading up to the top of the map here. It's very rare that we see the sniper nest go that high, but it is a thing that can be done. A sniper nest to hunt other sniper nests. Drop from above. That angle is actually pretty nasty.
It's literally at the top of the map.
It is.
It's like
It can get even nastier by drifting out toward the center of the map, like dangle it out in the middle of the map and then aim down.
This sniper has a view from the top of the world.
Yes. Who needs a tier 3 when you can just be the orbital sniper?
He's the overseer.
The thing that confuses me is the additional machine gunners above the sniper nest. I could understand the ones at the sniper nest, but above the sniper nest, they don't have a good angle to aim down on things, at things, below the sniper
I mean,
nest.
he does have angled platforms, so I think they're pretty good.
Oh, there's the commander active, so it get... Wait a minute. I didn't realize that worked that way. The AP sniper just broke the energy shield during the Eagle Eye active.
Sweet.
I didn't know that. I just learned something new.
Let me check my spreadsheet.
It's like, time to update the spreadsheet.
The sheet of knowledge.
I don't think it has to be updated. I just need to check that it's actually doing this.
Oh,
Oh, there's the buzzsaw taking out a couple mini gunners and a sniper.
Okay, so actually yes. The AP sniper gains 41 splash damage,
Okay.
and it has 30 base damage. So it does break a shield, which only has 60 HP.
Makes sense. Sniper firing as its last shot as it goes down. Alright, so Drabensian is working on new tech, developing the workshop tech. No one has constructed the inverted swarm missile here, although it looks like Drabensian wants it.
Yet.
It's so high up, it's off the map now. That's funny. Those buzzsaws from below, though, they're hitting the bottoms of the struts and just breaking things. That angled wind turbine up there. Alright, did he build the swarm missile yet? Yeah, okay. So Drabensian is building that swarm missile on the right side. Inverted, and it's the classic position. Hitting from the topmost angle and the bottommost angle. I'm actually a little surprised to see Drabensian not building minigunners that are designed to impact the front of Robber Fox's base. Just like directly to the core. Just like triple minigunner during Eagle Eye active directly to the core with the AP sniper. That's dealing core damage. And it is well within Drabensian's ability here.
This shield interaction is insane. I love it.
I have never seen that before, and it makes me very happy. I think despite it all, Robber Fox is at a disadvantage here. Like, despite Derbenzin having no real progress in a long while, I think Robber Fox is not handling it well. Just pure map control for Derbenzin's a bit much. Even winning the sniper duels. I appreciate that.
He keeps losing echo. That's bad.
Yes. It's keeping Robber Fox, I don't think Death Spiral is the right word, but just almost locked and placed.
And Benzin is going for nuke.
Mm-hmm. It's only a matter of time before that nuke comes online, at which point Robber Fox is going to have a really bad day. I see in chat asking to share the spreadsheet. The spreadsheet is available on the Discord. It is not a private thing. I'm sure
I
42
can maybe
will be...
post it on your stream.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and post it on the stream. But it is available and around. I think it's in the pinned section. You can always ask 42. 42 is happy to share the glory that is his work.
Always. I'm more than happy to do shameless self-promotions.
Please. Shameless self-promote all the time. Do it. As we have Derbenzin just adding more stuff. Yeah, this whole strategy for Derbenzin is just focus, just safely target Robber Fox's expansions, and then do nothing else for 10 minutes while slowly getting a nuke. That seems to be the entire strategy. Ooh, beautiful timing.
Well timed. Well
EMP
timed.
shuts down Derbenzin's nuke and cancels the launch procedures. There's one sniper up in space still existing. More EMP landing their hits. What does Robber Fox do here is the question. I mean, obviously they need to make sure they don't get slammed by that nuke, which Robber Fox is doing, and should be pretty clear from the nuke, at least in terms of it dealing critical damage here. Likely, at least. But how do you actually win this? Is it upgrade those EMPs to rockets? It's upgrade the mortars to heavy mortars. Also an option. Here comes the nuke. Buzzsaw opens a gap through which the nuke does not fly. At least not this time.
Second shot.
Nice.
Ooh, heavy damage.
That's massive.
Yep. Double shot nuke, you love to see it. Unless you're Robber Fox, then you don't love to see it. Commander ability active at a Robber Fox, bonus incendiary activity. Is actually doing some work with it, burning down different elements of the base, but we're not talking about game-ending amounts of damage here. A gap opened for the nuke. Does not use it. More chip damage onto the
42.
core. Down to 42%.
Just lighting everything on fire.
Yeah, it's just using the sniper to ignite everything across the way and letting it burn, which it does seem to do pretty well. But here's the thing. 60 seconds left on the clock. Derbensine sending a nuke. Gonna do more chip damage, I presume? No, just chunky damage. Robber Fox has no real way of harming Derbensine at this point in time, and has not had a way of harming Derbensine in a very long time. So this has been trending very slowly toward Derbensine and no other direction for the past 12 minutes. And with 30 seconds left in the match, I don't see that changing. In fact, I see a shot here now that the nuke is capable of ending the game outright. More splash damage onto the core, down to 27%, but I think that's just going to be it. It's going to go down the time. And with that, Derbensine claims victory. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Derbensine, moving on to the finals here in the Forts official tournament, number 28. Well done. Robert Fox knocked down to the bronze match, where they will face Dranistian for 3rd place. That match coming up right now. Just stay tuned.
Trinistian has renamed himself Unlucky Trinist.
I haven't. I saw that general chat kicked off about that, and I didn't keep up with the conversation because it wasn't super relevant. But I'm not surprised to see this outcome. Oh Lord.
Okay, so bronze match first, and then finals.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Bronze match, the players are here. We're just getting the commander's bands, and then we'll be jumping into the action here momentarily. It'll be Robber Fox versus Dranistian.
Okay, so map. These stalactites. And we're good to go.
Alright. Almost ready. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 1 of the bronze match, the decider between 3rd place prize and elimination from the tournament. Here we have on the left-hand side, in the blue, it's Robber Fox playing as the Pinch Fist commander. About to see some spindly bases and skeletalized structure systems, as everything gets sold off to boost the early game economy. They're playing against their opponent on the right-hand side, in the red, it's Dranistian. You know him, you love him, playing as the Firebird commander. You'll love to see it. Interestingly enough, Dranistian is actually ahead on the mine and general economy production, but Robert Fox is ahead on tech. Way ahead on tech. So, very ahead on tech. Okay, so Robert Fox is just going heavy tech, not investing super heavy into eco, although I suspect they will be, unless this is a missile play? No, no, this isn't swarm missile play out of Rubber Fox. What's?
Oh yes.
Oh
yes.
yes, we're gonna see it. It's portal mortars. That explains the tech choice. Okay. I was like, what's going on here? All right. So we're gonna see some portal mortar tech, and the sound of that portal going down should be a giveaway to Dranistian, who I don't know how they tend to respond to this, but Dranistian's gonna have to deal with it and deal with it soon. Robber Fox definitely need more than 3 turbines. I'll put it that way.
Has some time to get more.
Yes. Let's see. Going directly to the heavy mortars. You'll love to see it.
Five heavy motors going all in the same spot hit so hard.
God, yes. And Robber Fox has practiced this so much. It's
Oh, yeah,
perfectly
he's an
aimed
expert.
every time.
He's a grandmaster at this strat.
It just makes me happy. And launching in 4, 3, 2, 1. Do it. There it is. Perfectly aimed at the core. You'll love to see it. So now Robert Fox probably wants more energy production. The AP Sniper, I like the addition of the AP Sniper here. And Trinistian, so this is one of those strategies where, man, it's difficult to handle because a lot of the default responses to this kind of aggression is just tank it and mitigate it. But you can't tank and mitigate this. It just doesn't work. This is 5 mortars. You can't do that. You will die. And that's just all there is to it. The only thing that will prevent you from dying is Robber Fox running out of energy, which is normal. That will happen. But that's waiting. That's just relying on your opponent to make a mistake. And that's not something you really want. You don't want to be in that position.
Oh,
'Cause here comes death and disaster.
I am so not surprised.
Yeah, me neither. In all honesty, I don't think it was we saw Robert Fox do this in the round of 16 earlier, and I don't remember who it was, but his opponent did the same thing, trying to face tank it, and it didn't work for them either. Dranistian does have their heavy weapons tech placed and completed, but there's no way. Yeah,
Wow.
okay, there it is.
yeah.
I was like, there's no way he actually gets it. He gets a weapon placed. Well, there's your portal mortar strat. One of my favorite strats of all time, and it's functional, and it works really well. Robert Fox wins round 1 in this best of 3. Well done. As we get ready to go to the next round. Rip 42.
Yes, that was me this time.
Is Salzburg banning everyone out?
Steam is having an issue.
Oof. We should be able to join on
Thank you,
friends.
Steam.
Oh shoot! I think I started the match.
You did
My
start
bad.
the
That's
match.
fine. I can join. Don't worry. Just have to do a small trick.
Developer too strong.
Yeah. I tried to ready up before everybody else, and but I was busy watching the replay.
All right,
Happens to the
well.
best of us.
Now we're off to round 2 in this best of 3. The Robber Fox up 1-0 in the bronze match here. We have another interesting choice. Robber Fox playing as the Buster Commander here on the left-hand side in the blue. Playing against their opponent, Drinistian, who is Firebird once again. Firebird seeing a lot more showing in this tournament than I expected, but I'm happy about this. This does not displease me in any way. Also, anytime we see Buster, it's more showing than I expect out of Buster, but that's a different reasons. All right. So we see pretty similar builds here. Basic slow openers, as if all players are going for heavy weapons. Nothing particularly exceptional at this stage. This does not surprise me. Although we do have, especially on Drinistian's side, the option to go for some earlier game harassment.
These like placements sounded a bit like the Terminator rhythm.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes him happy, it makes him happy. Sandbagged wall in front is more cost efficient, but less strong than just hard wall. But yeah, all players involved are going directly to cannons and not swaying. Okay. We do see the cannon build, and this is in the staggered formation. The Rubber Fox, so we've seen Buster here in the last matchup, and Rubber Fox is going for the pretty much the exact same build. Drinistian's going for something similar, but obviously has placed a howitzer down instead as they're going for a howitzer flavor. Curious as to why the choice of Firebird other than, I guess, why not? The buzzsaw is certainly being annoying. Drinistian's doing a great job of that. Again, as we did mention last time we saw this, these connections are a little bit spindly, and they're super cheap, so disconnecting them doesn't do any real damage, but it is annoying to deal with, and sometimes just being an utter nuisance is all you need. It's 20 mils. I shouldn't be surprised by this. The reason for that is
Yeah.
much as we've
Good
mentioned
combo with
previously.
howitzer.
Yeah, it's a decent combo with howitzer, especially with Firebird, because Firebird, as we mentioned before, deals a lot of burn damage, and the 20 mils with their long firing times create a lot of burn damage. That synergizes pretty well, and this is a relatively close range map, which makes it quite effective for this kind of tool. Splash the damage around, burn everything to the ground. Howitzer to solve the rest of the problems, you know? And are we going to see the active here? No. But
No,
Dranistian is burning.
It's a passive.
There we are. Incendiary howitzer, always a little terrifying. If there's the act, there we go. Returned fire. So everyone burns on both sides via slightly different mechanisms. Ooh, exposed cannon. One more hit. You can turbine that front. No, you can't. 20 mils finish that problem. Oh, that cannon's exposed still. Is it gonna burn? Oh, so close to burning, but not quite. And again, there's another set of 20s. Everything burns. Oh yeah, that's gone. There's no saving that now, is there? Oh, that one piece of strut. It wasn't enough. Well, Dranistian, looking like they really want to tie this match up. I'm sorry, Dranistian, that can't be anything but BM. Look at the tech placement over here. Why are you like this? Okay. Good lord. This is another situation where both players have gone late game weapons, and one just has all the late game weapons, and the other has nothing. So at this point, Dranistian's got pretty much total map control and can do whatever they want, which it appears to be increasing their set of weapons, which is going to be, is that rockets? I think it's gonna be rockets, right, down there? Surely those are rockets, right? Yes, those are rockets. The triple rocket. I guess the 20s are a little bit rough to punch through Rubber Fox's defenses, but rockets will certainly do it. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, and it's a lot of fire. That's the kind of thing that makes this difficult to deal with. I would actually think that Dranistian, I guess with the rockets doesn't matter that much, but stagger firing those 20s rather than burst firing, like chain firing them together, is usually more effective because it extends the burn time of the flame, which extends the amount of damage they deal, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because that was the unavoidable outcome. Dranistian wins round 2 in this best of 3, tying it up. Bring us to round 3. We have a match here, boys. Fighting for the third place prize. Very, very well done. All right. I'm excited. We're so close. Just so far, the players have been very serious. Now, I mention it, although we haven't actually seen it in a little bit, but I'm going to mention it again, that very often, the bronze match is a match where players will mess around and try out things because, you know, they can. So far, the players have been fighting tooth and nail
Fighting to
for their
the
victory.
death.
Yes. Which I love to see. You know, I love both of these things. I just always keep in mind that, especially in these bronze matches, sometimes the players just wanna mess around. We'll see how that works out. Looks like this is probably not gonna be one of those matches. It's Robert Fox playing as the Phantom Commander. Already no chill. Opening with the upgrade center, which is just maddening. Redesigning their base and such. Probably Rocket Rush, but we'll find out soon. On the other hand, the right-hand side in the red, it's Dranistian playing as Seep. Seep gets those sweet, beautiful missile upgrades. We do, in fact, see the workshop, which enables such swarm missile things. I imagine this will be the same strategy that Dranistian showed last time, carried them to victory, with the triple swarm missile launcher. There's the upgrade center. Question is, will Dranistian survive whatever Robert Fox is about to do? Also, what is Robert Fox about to do? I genuinely don't know the answer to that question. So Robert Fox is... Oh no. It's the AP sniper cheese. Where's your third sniper? Robert Fox, where's your third AP sniper? Oh no.
I
The
mean,
AP
technically
sniper
only
cheese.
need 2, I guess.
You technically only need 2, but when that happens,
this
you
will
really,
not
really,
happen,
really
yeah.
want a third.
Oh, he missed.
Oh.
Yep. That's why you want a third. Because now it's too late. Dranistian
the
defends it.
deviation on AP snipers is too high.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations. So, Robert Fox eliminates 30% of Dranistian's core and has no tech to show for it. Uh-oh. Oh dear. Dranistian's sitting on 2 swarm missile launchers, gonna go up to a third here in 2 seconds or so. Uh-oh. So there's that cheese. You don't see that every day. It's great when it works. Dranistian reacted appropriately. Robert Fox, I think, really needed to go a little bit more all in with it to make it work. But alas, here we are. The missiles now launching, hunting for their favorite food, and get 1 turbine for it. Poor Dranistian. Only has is just low on energy. Chronically low on energy. I wanted to see like phantom surprise rockets. We didn't. We just got upgrade eco rush. Okay. Oh, for a second I thought that workshop was gonna burn down. You're like, you're only tier 1 tech. Oh no. More swarm missiles launch. Oh, I think it actually hit that turbine. It did. Robber Fox loses all of their turbines. Things are not looking good for Robber Fox right now. The Phantom hasn't really done much with Phantom, but the AP Sniper Cheese did not work at all. And now Dronisian's going up to double nuke. Like, Robber Fox is behind on tech. Actually, I don't want to say ahead on eco because Robber Fox has 0 active turbines, but does have 4 upgraded mines plus 1 standard mine compared to Dronisian's 2 upgraded mines and 2 standard mines. So Robber Fox does have more metal income, just doesn't have anything else going for them. So Robber Fox's path here is attempt to defend against the nukes sufficiently well that they can proceed to do something else, anything else. What that looks like, I don't know, but they will have at least a little bit of time to do so. Oh.
Lost the tech.
And they lost the tech. Robber Fox just lost his tech, and as that's just going to add another 2 minutes onto getting out of this oncoming whirlwind of death. Oh no. Oh dear. I guess. Double nuke, 1 is eliminated, but of course that just makes it become swarm missiles, so it becomes even more angry when you take the nuke out, splashing its damage all the way across the upside of Robber Fox's base, whereas the second nuke impacts freely, doing chip damage to Robber Fox's core. Dronisian just upgrading their eco and such to try to get more energy production for more missile launches. We're about to have the full cluster here of empowered missiles. Here they go. Wow. Robber Fox actually managed to take out one of the nukes there. Yeah, this is... Robber Fox is currently expanding their anti-air. Has correctly identified that face tanking this kind of firepower of this magnitude is not an option. Unfortunately, Robber Fox is doing the one thing that Dronisian fully expects. Dronisian's already working on dealing with it. You see the minigun is punching through the doors. Little angled slits that the machine gunners are firing through. And so Robber Fox is losing much of their anti-air just in time for another volley of nukes to come out. Both nukes taken out of the sky as the swarm missiles splash up and into Robber Fox's positions. Robber Fox has just shy of no anti-air after that swarm missile splash, which is not a good position for them to be in. Especially given that these nukes are coming off cooldown right now. It's just a matter of a few more seconds before Dronisian has the energy to fire them again. Here comes another launch. Double nuke. One impacts, one intercepted. Rubber Fox pays the price either way. Yep. Dranistian starting to ramp up the pressure, adding in even more minigunners and now rockets. EMPs. It's got 2 EMP launchers. Is likely going to be adding a third, potentially a rocket launcher instead. Honestly, just having anything else for the anti-air to handle is going to be very difficult for Rubber Fox to handle. Both nukes land. It's so much damage. Like, obviously Rubber Fox isn't eliminated yet. I say yet because I don't see a good solution out of this. All solutions out of this require some level of tech, and Rubber Fox has none of that. Aside from an upgrade center, which isn't really tech. Yes, we do see rocket upgrades out of Dranistian. No more anti-air. The nuke flies across uncontested. That is about as strong of a statement as we can make about the state of the game. Here come more rockets. I like how Dranistian's using the rockets mostly as bait for the AA. To just bait the machine gunners to open their doors, the minigunners to blast them. This is what checkmate looks like. At this point, I'm pretty certain there is no action Rubber Fox can take, which Dranistian does not have the immediate and hard counter for. Just already on the field. The only thing stopping Dranistian from ending the game right now is lack of energy and weapon cooldowns. And that's going to change momentarily. The EMP into minigun combo is working really well against Rubber Fox's Dord gunners. Yeah. Rubber Fox realizes and is letting it go. Well played. He tried to swing it. Didn't quite get it. Well played, Rubber Fox. Well played, Dranistian, as Dranistian wins it. Going 2-1 in this best of 3 and taking 3rd place in the Forts official tournament, number 28. Well done, claiming the 3rd place prize for himself. You know what that means, chat? That means we're moving on to the finals. Yes. Eaton versus Benson.
The time has come at last.
The time has come. The finals are here. I'm so very excited.
I agree. So, what's your prediction?
I mean,
Eaton
my
all the way?
prediction is Eaton, yes, but I still expect this to be a good match.
Bold prediction.
Yep.
Like, Benzene is really good. Regardless, it's gonna be a good set of matches. Which is the reason we're here.
We just need some eating.
Ethan? Get over here.
There he is.
He's here. First map is. Okay.
All right. Looks like the match is made. We're off to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Are y'all ready? Because I know I am. Time's up. Let's do this. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first round in this best of 5 here in the finals.
Best of 3. We
Best of
don't have
3.
the time for best of 5, sorry.
Okay. But I like good games for the... Okay, best of 3 here in the finals. Here we have on the left-hand side, it's Eaton, the reigning champion, here in the blue, playing as the Spook Commander. They're facing off against the Contender. It's Benzene, playing as the Overdrive Commander, here on the right-hand side in the red. I like this matchup already. The Overdrive Commander, a bit more generalist. Technically focuses on upgrades, but because upgrades are very generalist as a concept, it can do pretty much anything. Offensive play, defensive play, high eco. Got options. Similarly, Spook's whole gimmick is that it steals money, which makes it also a generalist commander. So the commander choices don't speak much about the strategies the players will be using, other than not hyper-aggressive in specific fashions. In oddly specific fashions, I should say. So at this point, I'm looking for giveaways as to what strategies are going to be used. We do see an upgrade center and the workshop out of Benzene. However, this doesn't look like a mortar base. Looks like a base that's good for defending against mortars, in fact. But not being a mortar base itself. It's a mortar base. Okay. I was wrong. Eaton immediately responding by getting MGs. And getting MGs in the position where Eaton would normally have built mortars. Which, to me, says that Eaton's not going for mortars. Which is strange, because Eaton looks like he's building a mortar base. Alright, well, you know what? That just makes it exciting. Benzene will be the aggressor here. Eaton prepared for it. Eaton getting upgrades. Immediately. I like to see this. So Eaton, starting with mine upgrades, will be on the defensive for at least a time. The question is, what do you do from here, good sir? Benzene going up to heavy mortars, which is not at all a surprise. Looking to deal that damage wherever you can. Eaton banking some money. We're gonna see heavy weapons tech. Is it gonna be cannon tech? Is it gonna be cannon tech? Yeah, it's cannon tech. Alright, so Eaton's going for a heavy weapons build order. Going for cannons. I presume standard cannons is how that's gonna be. Whereas on the other side, Dubensine is trying to drag the game down with some early mortar play. That's a lot of very well placed MGs out of Eaton. Look at that, defended from mortars from above while also able to shoot back at them. Oh, Eaton, you messed up your cannon box. Are you gonna fix it? I don't know if you're gonna fix it. It's fine. It's not game ending. Ooh, that one went deep. Eaton takes some heavy damage there, and the minigunners come in to clear out those sandbags which are protecting the MGs. If that keeps up, Eaton's gonna see some problems. This is the dynamic of early aggression versus heavy weapons every single time, where the player who's going for heavy weapons necessarily cedes momentum and map control, and their goal, such as Eaton's goal right now, is to survive long enough to get the cannon out and built. Because once the cannon is out, it just kind of outpaces just about all the damage that Dubensine can do as the offensive player here. So Dubensine's goal is generally to deal enough damage to prevent the placement and successful construction of that cannon out of Eaton. That said, it looks like Dubensine isn't trying to end the game with these early pushes, with this earlier weapons. Instead, is themselves teching up to heavy weapons. And in doing so, will almost guarantee that they will not have enough pressure to prevent Eaton from getting out whatever they want to do. And right now, it looks like Eaton's actually switching to mortars out of cannons. Not that Eaton had a cannon to switch out of. Didn't quite get it placed down, but Eaton does have the money to place a cannon, so could still go cannons. It does make me wonder how it's gonna go. Which path will you take? It's like Eaton clearly building a place here for a cannon. It's gonna be a howitzer. You mad lad. You're getting this pressure and you're going for a howitzer? Okay. Never makes you happy. You can go for a howitzer. I would think a cannon would just be the safer option because you can get constant damage done, force damage onto your opponent, and it's cheaper, comes out faster. But hey, you know, howitzer really good. Higher risk, higher reward, I suppose. Lord knows, howitzers deal game-ending amounts of damage very often. Just the mortars chain firing. It's a horrible sound to be on the when you're on the receiving end, because you know they're coming for you.
He's really not showing that he has mortars of his own.
No, he's
He's
not.
skipping them.
Which is the scary part, because Eaton can launch them at any time, and Derbensine not fully prepared for it. Speaking of which, here's the launch. Derbensine does defend them, but only barely. Interestingly enough, Derbensine is going for a standard cannon. It will not complete before Eaton's howitzer, but Eaton now has a howitzer on the board. It's getting it repaired because it took some damage in that construction process. Woo. That's a heavy hit. Surprise, it's a howitzer. It hurts really hard. And with the mortar follow-up distracting the AA, that's going to make things a little bit more difficult here for Derbensine. Another thing is that Derbensine doesn't have adequate anti-air to deal with the howitzer. The only thing he's really got are those miniguns, because the rest of the machine gunners are hard angled upward and blocked off in a more forward, lower traveling arc that Eaton is using the howitzer. So that's going to land pretty consistently unless the minigunners do exactly that. And as you can see, Eaton does Eaton things and instantly punishes it by, casting Sniper in that general direction. That's cool. That's gonna be rough for, to be quite rough for, Derbensine to deal with. And so far, this is a nice little back and forth. I think Eaton has stabilized and everything is now going according to Eaton's plan. However, Derbensine's still got weapons, a lot of them. He's got 2 cannons successfully completed, and with that comes lots of damage. The kind of damage that Eaton really doesn't want to have to take. Especially on that howitzer position. That howitzer position is not ready to take multiple cannon shells worth of damage. Derbensine doing wonderful work with the manual anti-air, taking out those howitzer rounds consistently so far. Now, my question is, how does Eaton ramp up the pressure here? Eaton's base is on the cusp of collapse, just from the amount of damage it has sustained and the thickness of his armor. So there's a chance that Eaton does things to himself here, and his stability tech is not going to save him in this instance. It's just close to death, and if Derbensine manages to impulse Eaton's base hard enough, it might just shatter. Of course, Derbensine doesn't know this. So it's just a matter of punching the front door enough until Eaton breaks. But I'm not actually sure who's got the advantage here. I think Eaton does, because Eaton is doing what he wants to do, whereas Derbensine is not really. Derbensine is like struggling to keep Eaton in check, while Eaton's just kind of doing whatever he wants to the point where he's actually getting himself in trouble by building too much. So I think Eaton's going to be changing tactics here and starting to expand upwards above the howitzer platform, while Derbensine needs more standard cannons, which I think he's working on. Buzzsaws. Okay. Going for buzzsaw option. Never a bad thing. Alright. A brief respite while the players reevaluate and say, hey, This is clearly going nowhere. I'm gonna fix some stuff in my base. Get back to you later. Call me when you're a threat. Is I think what both players are saying here. Eaton selling off the mortars determines that stabilizing his base is more important. I think much more importantly, Derbensine has taken any amount of damage on his core. It's not much damage, but it's any amount of damage, which is more damage than Eaton has taken. So Eaton has just full swapped over to Hard Turtle, is saying, you can't kill me. I can't kill you. This is going to timer. Letting it happen. Like, Eaton's not even shooting anymore. He doesn't need to. There's only 30 seconds left before it goes to the tiebreak, and Eaton wins in the tiebreak. If something hilarious happened, like imagine if just ricocheted cannon rounded the core. And there it is. Eaton wins round 1 by time limit. Well played.
Yeah, he did less damage too.
Yep. He fired his howitzer once, touched the core for, I guess, 2%, and then never looked back. That was the end of that. Yep. Whereas Derbensine's wailing on Eaton the whole time and manages to break nothing. Well, wailing's a strong word. Derbensine didn't really do a heavy aggression, so much as just kind of a mild aggression to keep Eaton in check while teching up to cannons. And he did it really smoothly. Like, that was clean. Like, Eaton genuinely was unable to break Derbensine nor get out of that, to break that aggression cycle. But it wasn't enough. Eaton came in with a sharp alpha strike and did any amount of damage, which is more than what Bensine managed to do. It was like a full hard lock, just stalemate right up until Eaton did 1% damage.
Yep.
And then went back to being a stalemate. And that was just on the timer. Timer diff. Well, now we're off to round 2 in this best of 3. The sides have been swapped. Here we have on the left-hand side in the blue, it's Derbensine, playing as the Armadillo commander. In case being defensive wasn't enough, Armadillo now exists, and is very good at being even more defensive. On the other hand, we have Eaton playing as the Architect commander. Right-hand side in the red, looking to win this match and earn himself yet another badge to his well, overbearing badge cabinet. Oh, Lord. It's bantering with each other. Bridge.
Yes. And Derbensine stop the inevitable.
Well, he's certainly going to try.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing if he manages it. He's actually, like, Eaton said it in the lobby. Derbensine is playing really well. And this is why I was excited for this match, because Derbensine's very good at the game and makes very good games for the fans. I'm happy about this.
I think this match will be summed up as like unstoppable force against immovable objects or something.
I think so. My question will be, if this is going to go to timer or not. I think it's going to go to timer just because these commanders both trend towards super late game. Both Architect and Armadillo like to play late with high eco, and that just trends toward longer than 15-minute games. The other thing is that both of these players tend to play a bit passive, unless necessary. So, like, we already see it here. Both players are going. We see upgrade centers, and we see munitions planned for cannons. Eaton is not building the howitzer in the spot. And I think Derbensine is not going to either. So I think it's going to be cannons in the lower expansion. Maybe a howitzer in the lower expansion, but definitely cannons in the lower expansion. It's mortars. This man just random mortar diamonds. I appreciate it. I really do. I was like, is this? I saw him building the nest down there. It's like, is that doesn't look like an anti-air nest. Also, why are you spending that much on an anti-air nest when your opponent clearly isn't building mortars or rockets? And no, it's just mortars. And Derbensine sees this and is like, okay, well, I guess I gotta get anti-air now. I love it. I love it. Makes me happy. But yeah, it's going to be standard cannons, it looks like, for all players involved. And the sniping happens already. Ooh, Derbensine wins the sniper duel. Here come the mortars. And immediately impacts Derbensine's anti-air, which is not a great start for Derbensine here, especially because those are heavy mortars. Yep. So this is, with the exception of the mortars, everything is going as I would have expected it in this situation. With a cannon being placed and under construction for Eaton. Ethan's a little bit ahead. Derbensine hasn't quite placed his cannon just yet. No, that hurts. When mortars take out the anti-air, you know you got a problem. Like, a big problem. Derbensine still hasn't placed the cannon. Eaton just placed a second cannon. Things are not things are not trending. These mortars... Oh, it even caused a disconnect. These mortars, these are game-winning mortars. They've completely shut down Derbensine's progress and take out a mine. Oh no, they're dealing real damage. Oh no. Well, so Derbensine needs to make a comeback here. Derbensine did win this. So Derbensine is actually winning the sniper duel. As it stands, Eaton cannot have things outside without getting sniped, and is losing the sniper duel despite having Dord sniper. The problem for Derbensine is that Derbensine's just so far behind on the cannons that once Eaton comes out with them, it's gonna be difficult to hold that position. And if Eaton wins this round, that's it. Eaton gets another badge. And look, there's core damage. One shot, one core damage.
Yep.
That means Derbensine is now on an 8-minute clock to win the game or lose. Or lose outright. Which isn't impossible, just quite unlikely given the circumstances and the current trend. Oh, almost pens the door. Not that it had a door. Defenses. Is it going for the pen? Yep, yep, there it is. Beautifully aimed cannon shells, both clean through the one grid space tiny door. and takes out Derbensine's cannon. And with it, Derbensine loses, well, any real hope of having pressure on the field in the near future. That's, oh, Eaton! The precision on these cannons. The precision and the accuracy on these cannons. Disgusting! That's, what, the 4 mines killed so far?
3. No, 4?
Because, yeah, the mortars killed one in the lower section earlier.
Right.
Like, it's not even that... Oh, you almost did it again. Oh,
Okay, he is human.
He missed, guys.
No, he has
you see it here.
deviation.
He is.
Oh, for a second there. Oh, it's still going. Oh. Derbensine doesn't have the money to reconnect to those mines. 2 more mines killed. This is... You can't survive this. Like, you physically... Derbensine does not have the economic income to reconstruct the base after each of those cannon shells. As is, Derbensine's not repairing. It's just kind of sitting there. Hoping. Hope beyond hope. As much as the cannons are gonna get the killing blow, I credit the mortars for being the victor here, because this was like a perfectly even match, right up until the mortars came out, and then that was it. The mortars came out, and then it just shut Derbensine down, just froze him in place, and that was it. Derbensine trying to use sandbags. Oh, yes! Eaton didn't build metal. Loses every single cannon, and his mortars are still vulnerable. And the mortars are gone.
Wow.
And with that, Derbensine officially has more weapons than Eaton. And just like that, the match swings about closer to even. I actually still think Eaton's at the lead here. Is there on... Eaton's got more economy? With 3 upgraded mines versus 4 mines, 1 upgraded. Is that true? It's pretty close. Is that 18 versus 22? No. 26
No,
versus
that's
22.
16,
Yeah.
18. Yeah, Eaton has more.
Yeah, Eaton has more.
So yeah.
Yeah. So Eaton, more eco on both the metal and energy fronts. In terms of weapons, yeah, okay, there it is.
Boink.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Oh my god. Eaton does it again, boys. Takes another badge and adds it to his closet. Just taking
Eaton
everyone's
down to
badges out here.
52 badges.
Jesus
with this
Christ.
Jeez. Well done, Eden. So consistent.
That was devastating. Gosh. You'll love to see it. I want to see that shot that almost brought it back for Derbensine.
Crunch.
Very, very well done. Derbensine putting on a great fight, but at the end of the day, Eaton still comes home with the victory. Look at this here, right? Not even a single strut of metal defending all these cannons. And look who comes charging right in. It all goes away.
Yeah, I thought things were going to change there a little bit, but nah.
It was close. Yeah, Eaton had just done way too much damage, Like at this point, this is the point where Derbensine's turning it around, and Eaton, I mean, Debensine doesn't have money, doesn't have weapons, and is relying on already damaged and blue-stressed wood in order to stay alive. There was no world where Debensine takes another set of hits. Eaton knew that and just he was too far ahead and just took a bunch of buzzsaws and chopped them off. So like that was inevitable. But that's why I was saying like Eaton's still ahead, but good God, was it close there for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Eaton taking victory in the Forts Official Tournament 28. Congratulations.
That was awesome.
That was very awesome. Benzine taking second place, almost getting first with that one. Good Lord. And, of course, Drednistian coming in third. Prizes all around. I appreciate that you guys actually do prizes. Like, I know it's not a lot, but it is something, and that makes it so much more exciting.
Yeah, and yeah, it's not. I know it's a little sort of token prize, but you know, it's nice to get some new games and stuff, you know, on Steam.
Exactly,
it's always good. Yeah,
it's a feels good moment. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
Feels good for the competitors.
Exactly.
Feels good for the fans. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Shout out to 42 managing all the cats with his orbital space laser pointer. Thank you to Nose putting this together and being the face and the voice, I should say the voice of the developers here in the community. Thank you,
Thanks,
one and all.
Incursus. Thanks, Incursus, and thank you for all your never-ending support there. And another shout out to 42 and Rome and the other moderators in the background, making things run smoothly. And obviously, huge thanks to all of our competitors for entertaining us so consistently. It's awesome.
Yes, thank you to the players, and thank you, viewers. You guys, we get to do this because you guys love it. And we're here to show you guys everything you want to see. And that's going to be wrapping it up here for Forts Tournament 28. Look forward to see you guys next time. Any other announcements or something to say before we drop off?
I think there's going to be a high seas tournament coming up maybe within a month or so. So
yes, I think. We still have to schedule exactly, but that's the gist of it, yes.
Yeah.
Alright, you heard it here first. New High Seas tournament coming soon. So stop by, make sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, because we got more content like this coming out to a channel near you. With that, have a good night, everyone, and I'll see you guys later.